The Northern Light Webcasting Network is on the air. Today, we proudly present a speed show hosted by the Circle T Saddle Club. This speed show was recorded live from the Circle T Arena in Thorp, Wisconsin. And now, out to Circle T and today's speed show.
Hello and welcome to the Circle T Arena just outside of Thorp, Wisconsin. Rick Olson here along with camera person Ann Monroe. Dan Petchow is kind of busy off doing some other equestrian things, and so it's just me and Ann bringing it to you today. And we are very excited to bring you speed games here, or a speed event. And we're going to be looking at poles and barrels and a plug race and a four-leaf race and a butterfly. And we'll hopefully explain each of those as we get to them. And we're going to have the national anthem and opening ceremonies coming up in just a moment. But you're watching a speed event on NLWN-TV.
Loomis Lazy L Tack and Trailer in Mondovi, Wisconsin is a full-service trailer dealership for aluminum and steel trailers. Lazy L can set you up with trailers from horse and livestock to utility and flatbed. They also offer fastline utility and cargo-make cargo trailers as well. Whatever you need to haul, Loomis Lazy L Tack and Trailer has the right trailer for you. Call Loomis Tack and Trailer at 1-800-926-5309 or visit them at W394, Highway 10 in Mondovi, Wisconsin.
Twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in there, it proves to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, saved us that star-spangled banner yet waves for the land of the free and the home of the brave. Give those ladies a big hand. Thank you so much.
And that's the national anthem. And a couple young ladies riding the flags around, both the Circle T Saddle Club flag as well as the Stars and Stripes.
I don't like to call them the old.
And we will be starting off with poles.
I will call your name.
And
And we ask you that you please be ready for your class.
we will have poles with the 35 and over group. As the announcer here said, she doesn't like to call them the old people, so we won't call them the old people. It's just the 35 and over, and actually, in my opinion, 35 and over is pretty darned young. So we'll be ready to start these poles. I believe this is going to be pole bending. Some of the age groups have pole weaving and some have pole bending, and I believe that this group will be...
Raise their hand in front of that timer to make sure we got it going.
And they're double checking the timer,
Okay.
which fortunately we have a picture of in the corner, in the upper left-hand corner. Some arenas have it available and some do not, and this is one that does. And looks to me like the timer is working.
All right, we're good. All right, the lineup will start out like this.
And so Laura Lenzen on Stella will be our first rider. Kelly Magzaman on Tucker, Jake Teary on Rocky, and then Jackie Bauer on Kit Kat. Those are the first four riders.
Okay, Jackie Bauer's not on. Laura Lenzen, Kelly Maximum, Jake Teary. You'll start us off.
19 riders, it appears. And we are getting ready. We see the starting gate.
Whenever you're ready.
So this is Laura Lenzen to get things started off for us. And this is pole bending. Laura's taking her time going down. Now she weaves her way back.
No, this is all pole bending. Pole bending.
And if our camera person can pan just a little bit to the left, we won't be chopping off her head when she goes around those end poles. There we go. And this is a good demonstration as to how the pattern works on pole bending. You go all the way down, then you weave your way back down, and then you race toward the finish line. And she got a 60.770. This is Kelly Magsaman on board Tucker. And of course, there are all kinds of horses with opinions around here, and they aren't afraid to tell you what they are, as Kelly has started her weave back down the poles. Getting a little bit wide that time. Now she's working her way back up. Turns at the top and is coming back down now to the finish. 44.194. That currently has her in first place. Jake Thierry on board Rocky is our next rider. This is Jake coming into this entrance area through the starting gate. And you can kind of see him backing. Well, Rocky isn't too sure about wanting to do this. Now he's in. This is Jake Thierry.
Jake Thierry stuff. Then it's Scott.
And Jake is on his way down.
Then Chris Ham.
Slow the horse down. This is the tough part about pole bending. You run the horse down and then slow it down to make these turns. And this is what happens sometimes. The horse says, wait a minute, you wanted me to go fast, and now you're making me go slow. I'm confused. Now he's got him going through the poles. Rocky isn't real thrilled about this idea. Turn around, get him to go back up through the poles. Now he's settling down a little bit, makes that final turn at the top and heads for the finish line. 64.117. 64.117.
On Kenny.
Scott Magaz. I don't know what happened to Jackie Bauer, but Scott Magsaman on Kenny is the next rider. Scott gets down to the end. He makes the turn. So far the time to beat is 44.194, and that's currently by Kelly Magsaman. This is Scott. And he's riding Kenny. Makes a turn at the top and is headed back down. 42.199. And that currently puts him into first place. And Rob Reinhardt on Penny is the next rider.
Then Dave Hughes on Cheyenne, Chris Ham on Kick.
And here comes Rob. Rob Reinhardt, he's been kind of our point of contact here with this club. The Circle T Saddle Club in Thorp. Ooh, Penny tried to cut through the poles a little early. He kept her going where she needed to go. Now he's got her weaving down the poles. Turns at the base and now has to weave his way back up again. Now he makes a turn at the top. And heading back down toward the finish line. And he's got a 48.889. So we're looking for Dave Twos on board Cheyenne. And here comes Dave. Goes down the left-hand side. Slows it down, makes that turn at the top. And coming back down. Now to make that turn at the base. Working his way back up. And heading for the start-finish line with a 42.519. That will put him into second place. Chris Ham, I believe, is the next one on kicks. And here goes Chris. She makes a turn at the top. Now turn at the base and work her way back up to the top. Yeah, it looks like we're going to have a new leader. And we do 27.918. 27.918. That's our new leader. So Amanda Nitz is next up. And Amanda's riding Cinnamon. This is Amanda. Trying to get Cinnamon settled down. And now they're on their way. Going wide down the right side. And now she's got to get the weave going. Taking her time. Now to turn at the base. Is Amanda Nitz. And the clock appears to have stopped. I don't know if she broke the timer or what happened.
No time. Broke the time going around.
And so she has a no time. She did break the timeline. And so Laura Zurakowski on Boone. So Lori Zurakowski on board Boone. And then working our way back down the poles. And Laura makes a turn at the top and is coming back down. Lost her hat. 34.625. So we're looking for Marianne Reinhardt. Overcast day here in Thorp. There goes Marianne. It was really foggy on the trip over. Fog seems to have lifted some, but the clouds are hanging around. But it's a pleasant day. And one of the poles got knocked over, which means she's going to have a no time. Oh, they're doing a +5 instead. So it's going to be a 33.681.
Thank you to our ring stewards.
And that will put her into second place. Matt Dodge on Artemis. And here goes Matt. And Matt makes a turn at the top and knocks over a pole. I believe this will probably be a broken pattern. Artemis took one look at that and said, hey, we've already done this. Why am I going back up again? And on his way back down,
no time, there's broken pattern.
and they did give him the broken pattern. I thought possibly where that knocked over pole was, then he kind of skipped that and went through the next one. So we now have Iris Dodge on Scout is our next rider. And Iris taking her time going down. She's riding Artemis. Or check that, she's riding Scout. It was Matt that rode Artemis. Now she's coming back down. And turns at the base to head back up again. After this 35 and over group, we have the 18 to 34-year-olds. She makes the turn at the top and is heading for home. .403 for Iris Dodge. Angela Williams on board Maggie. Here comes Angela. And around the corner she goes. A clean weave. Is she going to break the timer? No, she stayed north of it. Actually, it's south of it where we're sitting right now. She makes a turn at the top, heads for home. And look for a 51.862. Lucas Thierry on board Kronk. And on his way down, and starts working his way back. Turn at the base. Work back toward the top of the course. Turn at the top of the course and heads for home. 40.958. And Nicole Barkley is our next rider. She is riding Holly.
For the 18 to 34s.
And Nicole turns at the top and starts working her way back down. After she rounds the base, now she heads back up toward the top of the course. The time to beat so far in the 35 and over pole bending is belongs to Chris Ham on board Kicks. It's a 27.918. Nicole Barkley on Holly gets a 68.320. Lucas Thierry is our rider. Waiting for Lucas to come in. Here he is. This is his second horse. This is Foxy.
Is she here yet?
When Lucas ran Kronk just a little while ago, he got a 40.958. So let's see how Foxy does under Lucas.
Really, I pulled a 28, and that was walking around the end. Pole.
And he gets turned at the
I knew
base.
she was going to hit that pole.
Not real happy about it, but turned.
Too far.
Our 18 to 34-year-old group, Ashley, Katie, and Veronica.
We have two more riders after Lucas in the 35 and over group.
Thank you.
56.425. That's going to bring up Cindy Yoder.
All right, Cindy on Paris.
And Cindy's riding Paris. We have Cindy on Paris, and then Brandon Bowers will be riding Mr. B, and that'll finish out that group. She gets turned at the top, working her way back down the poles. And Paris decided to stop off at the Louvre for a while there and check out the Arc de Triomphe or something. She gets a turn at the top and gets a 45.058 for Cindy Yoder. That brings Brandon Bowers on Mr. B, and that will be the final rider of the 35 and over. So this is Brandon Bowers. And Mr. B had some thoughts of his own that time. Gets the corner turned at the top and is working his way back down. Now turns at the base. He gets back up to the top. And a 45.411 for Brandon Bowers. That's going to wrap up the 35 and over group. And we will take this brief timeout. You're watching a speed event from the Circle T Arena in Thorp. And you're watching it on NLWN-TV.
Let NLWN-TV and the Northern Light Webcasting Network take you out to the ball game. Our next game will be on May 23rd when the Cavaliers take on the Cadott Red Sox in a doubleheader from Carson Park. Live coverage on the Northern Light Webcasting Network audio service and on NLWN-TV begins with the In the Dugout show at 12:10 p.m. That's live Cavalier baseball on Sunday, May 23rd on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV.
And we're back here at the Circle T Arena, and we have the 18 to 34-year-old. This is Caitlin Bauer riding Reggie. Got a little wide. No, I believe this is Ashley Dooms. We were just told to put her at the bottom, but she's riding Penny. $39.680. Caitlin Bauer is our next rider. And Katie's on Reggie. This is Katie Bauer. And Katie's off and running. And she turns at the top, works her way back down. Turns at the base. Does that very smoothly, works her way back up. Reggie had a little hesitation about halfway through the poles there, but Katie got him going. Reggie kicks up his feet, and here they come. 32.214. That currently puts her in first place. By the way, the places in the 35 and over, third place went to Laura Zerkowski with on board Boone. Second place to Marianne Reinhardt on Lady, and first place went to Chris Ham on Kicks with a time of 27.918. This is Serena Baki on Ruger. Oh, check that, it's Veronica. Veronica on Buddy. She turns the corner at the base. Turns at the top. 29.640. That currently puts her in first place. Ashley Dooms on Chick is our next rider. And she got one pole knocked over.
37.481 plus 5.
So we're going to get a 32.481 with the 5-second penalty. Autumn Armstrong on board Roxy is next up. And here she comes. Autumn Armstrong. And heading back home. 24.996, that's our new leader. Okay, so Grace Ackerman is next up on Country. Grace Ackerman on board Country. And Country says, hey, I'm not crazy about this idea. Did a little rearing up. She turns at the base. And we're going to get a 58.521. 58.521. Nika Wolfgang is our next rider on board Ice. We want to remind you that our next equestrian event that we're going to carry will be on June 14th as we bring you the WSCA-sanctioned equestrian game show from the Northwest Saddle Club Arena in North Branch, Minnesota. This event's going to be recorded on June 12th, and our coverage on June 14th will begin at 7 o'clock. And Ice just kind of froze right there. And she broke the timer, so she's going to get no time. And Ice is kind of flowing away. They wanted to complete the pattern. Currently, the time to beat is Autumn Armstrong's 24.996 in this 18 to 34-year-old age group. While she finishes that, I want to remind you that we also are bringing you Cavalier Baseball, Clark Cavalier Baseball, and our next game to be broadcast would be on Sunday, May 23rd. That's this coming Sunday when the Cavaliers host the Cadott Red Sox. We're going to simulcast the games on both the Northern Light Webcasting Network audio service and our YouTube channel right here, NLWN-TV. The In the Dugout show will start at 7, or check that, the In the Dugout show will start at 12:10 and live play-by-play at 12:30. This is Carissa Stasek on Zorro. $33.694. $33.694. Okay, Ashley Dums on Zoe.
On Dakota and Caleb Curie on Steve.
This is her third horse that she's ridden today. When she rode Penny, she got a 39.680, and when she rode Chick, she got a 32.481, and now she's on board Zoe. She makes the final turn at the top. And Zoe's taking her dear sweet time coming down here. That's all right. That's how you get these horses to figure it out. 65.861. Erica Tandler on Rain is our next rider. And here comes Erica. And Erica gets the turn at the top, gets down there quickly. Now she's working her way back down through the poles. She's looking to beat that 24.996. Turns at the base. She's got to go some to do it. Turns at the top. And we have a 29.598. That will put her into second place. So Grace Ackerman is next up. Grace is on Tonto. She rode Country a little earlier and got a 58.521. Looks like she's trying to do a little better on this one on board Tonto. Knocked over a pole. That'll cost her 5 seconds. Down at the base. Now she's working her way back up to the top. $27.550 plus 5 gives her a 32.550. So we've got Savannah Radke on Dakota coming up. She's entering the arena. She gets turned up at the top there. She made the right pole. Knocked over a pole, coming back down. Brushed another one, but it stayed up. And she's got 2 poles knocked down now. $33.608 plus 5. Oh, check that. It was just one. So it's going to be a 38.608 for Savannah. Caleb Teary is riding next on Jinx. Caleb's coming up again shortly, but he's riding Jinx right now. Takes a wide path down the right side. Turning the base at about 16.5. Gets the turn at the top and is heading down. 33.696 for Caleb Teary. Cheyenne Zettler is riding Flash. And here she comes. She makes a turn at the top. Quickly working her way back down the poles. She is looking to beat that 24.996. That's currently held by Autumn Armstrong. Turn at the top. This could be close. 26.262. That will put her into second place. Michaela McElwain on Festus is our next rider, followed by Cassie Nix on Coy. And Coy doing a little kicking up of some heels there. Michaela gets everything under control. And a turn at the base.
Just for everybody who might be getting a little bit hungry, we have concession stands set up out here. We have hot sandwiches and every kind of healthy food snack that you could possibly want.
And 35.307. Cassie Nix on Coy is our next rider. Knocks over one pole as she comes back down and around. And it was a nice looking run, 25.9 or 25.697 plus 5 is 30.697. Caleb Teary is next up, and he's riding Thunder. Here he comes. Caleb going down the left side. On board Thunder. Knocked over the top pole, knocked over the next pole. He saved the pattern. Working his way back up. And now heading for home. 37.802. So we got a 47.802 with that 10-second penalty. Ethan Grunseth will be our next up. And Ethan's riding Mouse, it says here. And he heads on down to gets to the top end of the course, working his way back through. This is on Mouse. Gets the turn at the top, turns. 28.882. That will put him into third place. So Michaela McElwain is back up, and this time she's riding Coco. And Coco takes off pretty fast. She's working that way down through the poles. She's clean through the poles. 25.877. That will put her into second place. And we have Barbie Wilson. And Barbie is going to be riding Wally. And Wally wasn't sure about going between those first two poles down at the far end. Up around the top end again and heading for home. Clean run, 35.734. Ethan Grunseth again is up, and he's going to be riding Jordy. So here he comes on Jordy. He's working his way through the poles, getting a little wide on some of these, but he's coming down through and knocks over the base pole. And it looks like he broke the timer. So he's going to get a no time. Coming up after the 18 to 34-year-olds are done, we have 3 riders left in that 18 to 34. We have the 13 to 17. So that brings us to Heather Deach on board Pistol is our next rider. And off she goes. And Pistol went a little bit far afield that time on the turn at the base. But she's going to get a clean run out of it. 30.859. That brings up Chelsea Fosterling riding Fancy.
Robin, you got her on.
Turning at the top of the course. And now coming back down through. Making the final turn at the top of the course. She's got a clean run.
Or
56.232. Now Robin Fosterling on board Sunny is our next rider.
on Raven and Ashley Ham on Harris. That
Makes a turn at the top. Turn at the base in about 14 seconds. Works her way back up to the top. Makes the turn at the top. Should get a good time out of this. 27.416. Serena Baki on board Ruger is our next to the last rider in the 18 to 34-year-olds. This is Serena Ruger. And down comes Serena with a 34.484. That brings up our final rider, Robin Fosterling on cash. She makes a turn at the top, is working her way back down. And the turn at the top. And look for a 53.419. 53.419. So that's going to finish up the 18 to 34-year-old age group in the pole bending. And we'll be back with the 13 to 17-year-olds right after this timeout on NLWN-TV.
Hi, this is Ashley Larson, and I'm here if you or your horse are looking for any training in barrel racing and pole bending. We here at Larson Ranch are here to help. I bring my experience as a national contender in collegiate and high school rodeo events to Larson Ranch just south of Mondovi. I specialize in training for barrel racing, pole bending, as well as other rodeo events like goat tying and breakaway roping. Our training has helped our students place in the top 4 in the state as well as top finishes in the nation. Check out Larson Ranch on our Facebook page for more contact information. We're excited to see you at Larson Ranch.
And we're back at the Circle T Saddle Club, where we've just started the 13 to 17-year-old age group. This is Kaylee Reinhardt on board banjo. .520. That sets a time to beat for people. Izzy Nobileski on Robin. And now she's working her way back. And now back to the top. Knocked over 2 poles. She's going to get a 10-second penalty off of what would have otherwise been a really nice ride. 22.511 plus 10 is going to be 32.511. Ashley Ham on board Paris is our next rider. Slowly into the starting gate and like crazy coming out of the starting gate. This is Paris. Ashley Ham turning the corner at the base. Working her way up, brushes a pole, but it stays up. She did knock one down just a moment ago, though. So she's going to get a 5-second penalty. 23.685. So it's a 28.685. Currently puts her in second place. So this is Carson Pink. Here comes Carson. Looking to beat 24.520. And Kip got a little wide. Carson got it back. Now working the way back up and now heading for home with a clean run. 36.055. So Olivia Lenzen on Pistol Annie. And there goes Olivia. Quickly down to the end. A little hesitation around the top. Knocked a pole over. Working their way back up, knocked over another pole. It's going to be a 10-second penalty. She's got a 29.382 plus 10, so it's a 39.382. Storm Thierry coming up. Storm is going to be riding Max. Storm makes the turn, working his way back down. Makes a turn at the base. And a turn at the top. 27.151. Storm Terry moves into second place with that. So now we have Kayla High on board Archie.
Fourth place, Robin Fosterling on Sunny. Fourth place to Robin. Third place, Diana Zettler on Flash. Third place to Cheyenne. Second place, Michaela on Coco.
And now taking the time coming back.
On Roxy. First place, Autumn Armstrong on Roxy. Good job to everyone.
Kayla High. Sometimes when the horse just doesn't want to cooperate, you got to stick with it and make sure the horse knows who's boss, and that's what Kayla's trying to do right now. While she's doing that, let me give you the results from the 18 to 34-year-olds. Third place went to Cheyenne Zettler on board Flash. Second place to Michaela McElwine on Coco. And first place, Autumn Armstrong on Roxy with a time of 24.996. That was the 18 to 34-year-olds. Kayla High gets a 38.859. Now we've got Mitch Reinhardt, and he's riding Sasheen. Waiting for Mitch. Here he comes. And here goes Mitch Reinhardt. He's trying to challenge that 24.520. Clean on his way down. On the way back up and coming down. 26.135. That will move him into second place. Maddie Rollinson on board Jim. Makes the turn at the top. Now making the final turn up at the top with a clean run. And a 34.873. And a cheer comes up from the nearby horses. Evelyn Williams riding Bella. This is Evelyn on Bella, knocks over a pole. So we'll have the 5-second penalty. Gets the turn at the top.
37.847 plus 5.
42.847 is going to be her final. And so now Kaylee Reinhardt on Dallas is our rider. Kaylee rode Banjo and is sitting in first place on board Banjo. And now she's got Dallas. working her way back down with Dallas. This is how you eventually get fast horses. You train them and train them and train them so that this becomes second nature. So we get 49.283 for Caleb. Brian Sweeney on Excel. Very good time coming down through the bottom. And then Axel kind of hesitates coming around that end pole and broke the timer. So it will be a no time for Brian Sweeney. So that brings up Daisy Yoder. And Daisy is riding Lady. And here's Daisy entering the arena. And off she goes. They work on him pretty young here. As you can see with this youngster on the back. Turns the top and comes back down. Round the end pole at the bottom of the course. And here she comes. 31.472. And Lily Yoder will be our final rider in the 13 through 17-year-old age group. And Lily Yoder on board Hope.
All done, and Kinley and Finley. Then Lila and Violet. That's what I call them.
Gets the turn at the base with a pretty decent time at this point. Clean run. And a 27.760.
Nice run, Lily. All right, that's our 13 to 17-year-old group.
And so that means that we will have the 12 and unders coming up in just a moment, and right after this timeout on NLWN-TV.
Look at that. It's so sad.
And we're back at the Circle T Arena, just outside of Thorp, and we're starting the 12 and under group. Taylor Bauer on Scoot, I believe, is the first rider that we have. Complete with the GoPro on top of the helmet. And the turn at the top, coming back down.
No time.
And it's going to be a no time because there was a broken timer run.
Hold on there, girl. There you go. All right. Kinley, Zenner, it's all
I'll
done.
check that was
Kinley on set.
Lillian Holland, I believe, was the rider. This is Kinley Zenner. It's all done is our next rider.
Cash on Cody.
So here we go with Kinley Zenner. It's all done.
Maverick on Amira, Isaac on Holly, and Brindley on Trouble.
Now working the way back up. Knocked over the end pole. 25.909 plus 5 is going to be a 30.909. And we have Finley, is it Kagelson? I think by the handwriting I'm trying to read it. Finley's riding Sassy. 12 and under. We're waiting on Finley. On board Sassy. Here comes Finley.
All right, replacements for the 13 to 17-year-old group.
And
Daisy in 6th place. Daisy Yoder in 6th place. 5th place.
she makes a turn at the top,
Ashley Ham.
coming back down.
Ashley Ham, 5th place. 4th place, Lily Yoder. 4th place, Lily Yoder. 3rd place, Storm Terry.
Makes a turn at the
Terry.
bottom.
In 2nd
She's got a
place,
clean
was
run
Mitch.
going so far.
Jackpot. Mitch took 2nd. And Kaylee
Makes a
Reinhardt
turn at
took
the
3rd
top.
place with Banjo.
She's going to have a clean run. 33.260.
30.
That's good for second place so far. Lila Yoder on Eclipse. This is Lila on board Eclipse. The placements in the 13 to 17-year-old group. Third place went to Storm Teary on board Max. Second place to Mitch Reinhardt on Sasheen. And first place with a time of 24.520, Kaylee Reinhardt on board Banjo. Kaylee set that time first rider out of the chute, and nobody could touch it. But now we're in the 12 and under. And this is Lila Yoder on Eclipse. Making her final turn at the top.
$43.188 for Lila.
43.188. And this is Violet Yoder coming in this 12 and under group. And so Violet is on her way. And while Violet is making this run, I want to remind you that NLWN-TV and the Northern Light Webcasting Network are both pleased and excited to have the opportunity to bring you the 2021 Billy Noss Memorial Baseball Game on Memorial Day, May 31st. Billy Noss was an icon with Eau Claire baseball, and this game allows baseball fans to celebrate his memory. Catch all the action as the Cavaliers square off against the Eau Claire Bears at Carson Park on Monday, May 31st. Our coverage will begin at 10:30 a.m. with the In the Dugout show, and first pitch is scheduled for 11 o'clock. That's the Billy Noss Memorial Game, Cavaliers against the Eau Claire Bears. Violet Yoder. Violet's making her way down toward the top of the course to make that final turn.
We're going to have our lead line class after this with Violet when Violet is done. We'll start out with Scarlett, Hazel, Cash, and Raylyn. Now with lead line, it is lead line, we do pole weaving. Pole weaving for lead line, not pole bending.
And Violet's on her way down.
Good job, Violet.
124.033.
That little pony do it. All right.
And so that's going to finish up the 12 and under. We've got the lead line coming up right after this timeout from the Circle T Saddle Club Arena in Thorp, Wisconsin on NLWN-TV.
When your lawn is looking less than desirable, you need to give it a little pick-me-up. Midwest Environmental Consultants can help. With their Morning Sun Fertilizer, your lawn will get just what it needs. Morning Sun Fertilizer is non-chemical and organic. It's suitable for both urban and rural settings. Call Midwest Environmental Consultants at 715-586-1302 for a free estimate. That's Midwest Environmental Consultants, beautifying the lawns of the Chippewa Valley.
And we're back here at the Circle T Arena. This is lead line, and they're doing pole weaving, but they're getting a lead going through. And the difference between pole weaving and pole bending is that in pole weaving you start weaving around immediately and then you just get across the finish line. 22.905 for Scarlet on board red. Now we have Hazel on Raven. By the way, the finishers in that 12 and under, third place went to Lila Yoder on Eclipse. Second place went to Finley Kagelson on Sassy, and first place to Kenley Zenner on It's All Done with a time of 30.909. This is Hazel on board Raven. I want to remind you again, our next equestrian event will be on June 14th, and we're going to bring you the WSCA, Western Saddle Club Association, sanctioned equestrian games. Game show that's coming from the Northwest Saddle Club Arena in North Branch, Minnesota. This event will be recorded live on June 12th, and our coverage on June 14th, that's a Monday, will begin at 7 p.m. Okay, so she got a 44.462. So Cash is riding. Yeah, sometimes I wonder if the rider or the guide should be getting the credit on this, because there's a lot of work for the guide. As Cash is checking out the scenery as he rides by, he just looks around. But he got a 45.998. Raylyn is on Rain. And they make the turn down at the far end, weave their way back. 32.537. Now we have Autumn on Scout. Here comes Autumn on Scout. Scout. They get turned at the top end. And coming down, looking for a good time, 24.809. Okay, we have Isaac on Holly, is our next rider.
Again, the cuteness scale is going up by the minute here.
The tower announcer, I don't know if you were able to hear it or not, said the cuteness deal is going up by the minute, and I would have to agree. 47.646, and then our final rider in the lead line group is Brenly on board Trouble. This is our last poles event, our last poles rider, Brenly, and here we go. Hang on tight, Brenly. I don't know whether the horse is Trouble or whether Dad is Trouble. And here they come. 21.842. That's our winner. Okay, that's going to be it for the polls, and we'll be back with barrels right after this timeout from the Circle T Arena just outside of Thorp on NLWN-TV.
Once there was a boy who did the same thing again and again. One day, he was told he had autism. He got help and slowly learned how to live with it better.
Early intervention can make a lifetime of difference. Learn the signs at autismspeaks.org.
Okay, we're back here at the Circle T Arena. And we are starting the barrels. And this is the 35 and older group. Laura Lenzen on board Stella is our first rider. And while Laura's doing that riding, again, the lead line results from the polls. Third place went to Autumn on board Scout. Second place went to Scarlet on board Red. And first place went to Brenly on Trouble with a time of 21.842. 30.847 for Laura. Kelly Magsman on Tucker is our next rider. And she gets a 23.977. That currently puts her in first place. Jake Terry is our next rider, and Jake is on board Rocky. And here goes Jake. Around barrel 2, up to barrel number 3. Makes that left-hand turn. 20.894 to take a new lead. Jackie Bauer is now up, and Jackie is going to be on Kit Kat.
All right, lead line. Placements are 6th place was
I don't believe that's who is riding, though.
On Raven. 4th place was Autumn on Scout. 3rd place, Maverick on Amara.
And here we go with a 29.925.
4,
That was Scott Magnuson. That'll put him into 3rd place. And now we have Rob Reinhardt. And Rob is riding Penny. Rob Reinhardt on Penny.
Underneath the pattern bulletin.
And he broke the timer. So it's going to be a no time for Rob.
We have no time for Rob. We broke the time.
So David Tews on Cheyenne is our next rider. And here he goes. Takes the left-hand barrel first. Then the right turn around the right barrel. And a right turn around the 3rd barrel. And heading for home. David Tews with a time of 26.739. Ashley Ham on Kicks is our next rider. Hey, don't forget, in addition to that Billy Noss Memorial Baseball game that we're going to be covering on NLWN-TV, our next game will actually be next Sunday, May 23rd, when the Cavaliers host the Cadott Red Sox in a doubleheader. We're going to simulcast both games on the Northern Light Webcasting Network audio service and NLWN-TV. In the Dugout show starts at 12:10. That's next Sunday, May 23rd. 1 barrel down for Ashley as she comes in.
18.462 plus 5.
18.462 plus 5 would make it 23.
All right.
38.462. And that will actually put her into second place right now. So Amanda Nitz on board Cinnamon. And our color commentary today is being provided by Surrounding Horses, which all seem to have something to contribute to the conversation.
Maverick. Scarlet, Autumn, and Maverick. So please come to the announcer stand. Thank you.
And here we go. This is Amanda. And working her way back down toward the finish.
34.676 for Amanda.
34.676 is her time. Laura Zurakowski on Boone. And here comes Laura. Laura is riding Boone. Over to the right barrel, makes the right-hand turn. Now she'll have to finish with 2 left-hand turns. There's the first. And now the third barrel. Heading for the finish. 23.338. And that will put her into second place. So Marianne Reinhardt is next. And Marianne's riding Lady. Marianne with a few words to her horse as she gets in. And now she's off and running. Right-hand barrel. Left-hand barrel. And up to the third barrel. Left-hand barrel went down. And so did the third barrel. So there's going to be a 10-second penalty on this. 18.259. So it's a 28.259. So Matt Dodge on Artemis is our next. Waiting on Matt Dodge. And Artemis. And here they come. And they decide to take the left barrel first. And they broke the timer, so he's going to get a no time on this. A discussion from the sidelines, and then Artemis responds from out in the arena. And around that third barrel. Okay, Iris Dodge on board Scout is our next rider. This is the 35 and older group in the barrels. Coming up after the barrels, we've got the plug race, then a 4-leaf pattern, and then the butterfly. One of our younger riders who was out in the lead line a little earlier. And we have Iris Dodge on Scout, ready to start her run. Want to thank the fine people here at the Circle T Arena for all the help and support they're giving to our broadcast today, running us out event sheets so that we know who's riding, when they're riding, and so on. It sure makes life a lot easier when we know who's riding. Iris Dodge, onboard Scout, finishing up their ride, 43.677. Angela Williams is going to be up next, and she's riding Maggie. Waiting for Angela Williams. Here she comes. Angela around that left barrel. Now up around the third barrel with the left-hand turn. $31.391. And that brings up Lucas Thierry. And Lucas is riding Kronk. Yeah, this is Lucas Thierry on board Kronk. And Lucas goes up around that third barrel. 28.071. That's going to bring up Nicole Barkley on Holly.
And Randy on Winnie. And that's our 35 and over group.
And Nicole heads up for that third barrel. And bringing it home. $46.154. That means that Lucas Thierry is back up, and this time riding Foxy. He did not cross the timer when Foxy started acting up a little bit. Now he's crossed the timer. Gets around the right barrel. Heads over to the left. And he clears that left barrel. Heading up to the third barrel now. Gets around the third barrel. And, whoa, and he got thrown off just before the timer. And so it's going to be a no time.
You okay?
And he's just checking to make sure all parts are still attached.
Really, hit the ground to get a popsicle. All right. Nice job. Main thing is to be
And Lucas Thierry heads off with, it looks like the only thing really wounded is his pride. But he's in that 35 and older group. He'll feel that tomorrow for sure. They did give him a time of 36.673. Cindy Yoder is our next rider. So you learn something new every day. The rule at the Circle T is if you get thrown from your horse, you get a popsicle. So Lucas Terry will get a popsicle. Cindy Yoder riding Paris. And Paris almost went the wrong way down the Champs-Élysées. And here we go up around the third barrel. And heading back for home. 27.474. Brooke Bunkelman. We're down to the last three riders in the 35 and older group. Brooke Bunkelman on board Delta is our next rider. These riders in the 35 and older group are still looking to beat that time of Jake Thierry of 20.894. And Delta thought about going the wrong way around that second barrel as well. Gets up to the third barrel and Delta decided to turn the other direction, go away from it. And then as they go around it, they knock it over. So we're going to get a 5-second penalty on this. 30.052, which makes it a 35.052 for Brooke Bunkelman. That's going to bring up Brandon Bowers on board Mr. B. Here comes Brandon on board Mr. B. Turns that second barrel and broke the timer. That's too bad. He's going to get a no time. I believe we have Randy Potachik on Winnie. And I could be wrong about that. I'll tell you what, we're going to take a time out, and you're watching the speed event on NLWN-TV.
You're tuned to the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV. We use advertising revenue to make this service available to you. If you have a business and would like to get your message out to our ever-increasing audience, give us a call at 715-563-1749. We'll be happy to discuss our budget-friendly advertising packages with you. Get your business noticed on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV by calling 715-563-1749.
Okay, we're back here at Circle T, and we do have one more rider in the 35 and older. It is Randy Potachik on board Winnie. Yeah, I got a little wide on that first barrel. Got through the second barrel okay. And the third barrel. And we have a 23.527. And so Ashley Dooms on board Penny will be the first rider in the 18 to 34-year-old barrels. Ashley is up. Ashley's riding a couple of horses. And she does that left barrel first. And the right barrel. And now heading for home. 17.739. So that's the time to beat so far, 17.739. Caitlin Bauer on board Reggie is next one up. Here comes Caitlin. Took that left barrel. Now the right barrel. And now the third barrel. And the third barrel goes down, so there's going to be a penalty in there. 19.002. So it's going to be a 24.002 is the current second place time. Serena Baki. The finishers in the 35 and older, third place went to Ashley Ham on kicks. Second place went to Laura Zerkowski on Boone. And first place with a time of 20.894 to Jake Teary on Rocky. Serena Baki, waiting for her to come in. And that's what she's doing right now.
And our adopt a family this time was the Teary family that adopt the show. Thank you to the Teary family for all your help today.
She's getting ready to start. Goes around a couple of times. Does that right barrel first. And broke time. So she will get a no time.
All right, our placements for the last class. In sixth place was Dave Tooth on Cheyenne. Sixth place. Fifth place, Kelly Magnuson on Tucker.
Don't forget, next equestrian event to watch here on NLWN-TV is on June 14th. We'll be at the Northwest Saddle Club Arena in North Branch, Minnesota for a WSCA-sanctioned equestrian game show. We're going to record it live on June 12th, and then you'll get it on June 14th. That's a Monday starting at 7 o'clock. So that brings up Veronica Magsamen. Veronica Magsamen, I think that's how it's pronounced, on board Buddy. We'll just say Veronica. She gets around that right barrel. Now around the left barrel. And the third barrel. 18.508. And Ashley Dums on board Chick is our next rider. And that barrel went down. So 20.298 plus 5 would be 25.298. So that brings up Caitlin. Well, I beg your pardon, folks. I just can't make out the lettering here. Schmeiser, maybe. On board Sam. We'll just say Caitlin. And up around that third barrel. Goes into it pretty wide. And we're looking at a 26.522. Grace Ackerman on board Country is our next rider. And Grace takes the right barrel first. Then around the left barrel. These are the 18 to 34-year-olds. Around that third barrel. And she gets a 22.031. Erica Tandler on Rain is our next rider. Here comes Erica in right away. And Erica gets around that left barrel and now heads up to the third barrel. $30.664. Now we have Nika Wolfgang. Will be our next rider. Nika will be on board ice. Oh, we have two riders that rode out of order. This is, Nika got that 30.664. And this is Erica Tandler. And Erica is heading up to the third barrel. $20.419. That will put her into third place. So Carissa Stasek on Zorro. And she takes off right away. Now, Carissa came over and tried to pay here at our broadcast trailer and wanted to know if this is where you paid the money, and I said to her it's not, but I'd be glad to take any that she had. She wasn't willing to give any up. 23.642. I just don't understand that. She wasn't willing to give any up. Ashley Dumb's on board. Zoe is our next rider. And here's Ashley. Trying to beat her own time of 17.739 that she got on Penny. She heads up to that third barrel and coming home. $38.481. And Haley Zerkowski on board Honey is next up. Again, this is the 18 to 34-year-old age group. And Haley does the left barrel first. And a 28.714 for Haley Zerkowski. Brings up Grace Ackerman on board Tonto. And Grace is off and running. Gets that right barrel. Makes a good hard turn around that barrel. On the left barrel and over it goes. And the third barrel. So we're going to get a 5-second penalty on this. What was otherwise a really nice run. 18.817, so it's going to be a 23.817. Autumn Armstrong is next up on board Roxy. And she's going to take that left barrel first. Gets around that nice and cleanly. Now the right barrel. And the third barrel. We've got a clean time coming. 17.851. That'll put her into second place. That was a good run by Autumn, just a little shy, about a tenth of a second off of the leading time by Ashley Dumbs on Penny. So now we have Savannah Radke, and Savannah's on Dakota. Again, they take the left barrel first. Now the right barrel. Then up around the third barrel. And we're looking at a 21.086 for Savannah. Caleb Teary on board Jinx is next up. So, Caleb Teary on Jinx. Now back around the left side and up to the third barrel. Taking a nice wide route to the third barrel. And 25.052. Cheyenne Zettler is on Flash. Waiting for Cheyenne. And now she's getting a lead in, but makes it into the arena. And now she's off and running. Around the right barrel, on board Flash. Flash takes her around the left barrel. That's clean so far. Clears the top barrel, or that third barrel. 19.207. And Michaela McElwain on Festus. And Michaela does that left barrel first. Now the right barrel. And the third barrel. $20.402. Okay, that brings us to Ethan Grunseth on Mouse. And here goes Ethan. Makes the left barrel. Now the right barrel. And the third barrel. Heading for home. 18.801. Caleb Teary is up next on Thunder. Here comes Caleb. Looks like the Thunder whipped up a tornado here. The way he's turning around and around and around. Caleb's just trying to get him under control. Here we go. Round that right barrel. Now the left barrel. Clearing the third barrel. 19.232. Michaela McElwain on board Coco
Robin Fosterling
is
on
next up.
Jack. Jordy.
So now she's up on Coco. And she does the right barrel first. Knocks over the left barrel, so we're going to get a 5-second penalty. Comes around that third barrel very wide. 19.257 plus 5 is going to give it 24.257. Cassie, is it Vix or Nix? I'm sorry. On board Coy. Cassie Nix is on board Coy. Now she's off and running. Left barrel and the right barrel. Third barrel nice and clean. Good looking run for Cassie. 18.419. And that should put her into third place. Barbie Wilson, I believe, is on Wally. This is Barbie Wilson. And give her a 32.698.
32.698 for Robin.
Oh, I take that back. That was Robin Fosterling. And so Ethan Grunseth on Geordie, I think is what she said. Waiting for... Now we've got it. Ethan Grunseth on board Geordie. Oh, I take that back. That's not Ethan. This could be Barbie Wilson. And coming down the finish.
21.078. Nice run, Barbie.
Yeah, with Barbie Wilson, 21.078. Now we have Ethan on. Okay, Ethan on Geordie. And here goes Ethan. And he heads for home. 20.583. Now, Heather Deach on board Pistol is our next rider. And here comes Heather. Tight turn around the left barrel. Good tight turn around the right barrel. A real wide swing. And it sure looked like Pistol wanted to go around that left barrel a second time. Cost her a little bit of time because she had nice turns on the first two barrels. 24.162. All right, Chelsea Fosterling on Fancy is next up. 5 riders remaining in the 18 to 34-year-old group. Chelsea Fosterling. I'm not sure if I gave you folks the finishing order in the 35 and older group, so we'll take care of that right now just in case we didn't. I think I did, but third place went to Ashley Ham, second place to Laura Zerkowski, first place to Jake Thierry on board Rocky. His time was 20.894. That was in the 35 and older group. We're finishing up the 18 to 34-year-old age group right now.
572 for Chelsea.
34.572 for Chelsea Fosterling. Okay, Robin Fosterling is next up. Takes the right barrel, nice and tight. Around that left barrel. And the third barrel nudges the barrel, but it stays up. 18.850. So we have Jennifer Smart, I believe, on board Sunny. Oh, check that, on board Oakley. She's got that second barrel taken care of. 19.309. So that brings up, let's see, Brittany Green on board Gage. And Brittany taking her time. Gage is not too sure about what's going on. And Gage decided maybe he's just going to take his time. So maybe we'll just back over the finish line.
Now that's a unique approach to getting out of the ring. Good job! That's a trail class candidate right there. 113.956 would be your time. More
So
importantly,
113.956 for Brittany Green.
Savannah, you're on Georgia.
And Savannah's up on Georgia. Will be the final rider of the 18 to 34-year-olds. Yeah, she turns it loose and around the right barrel. Now the left barrel. Oh, and she broke the timer. So she gets a no time. So Ashley Dumm set the pace with the first run of the age group, and nobody could catch her.
Broke the time, but you made her do it. Good job.
So the finishers there, Cassie Nix took third place. On board Coy. Second place went to Autumn Armstrong on Roxy. And first place, as I mentioned, Ashley Dumbs on Penny with a time of 17.739. We'll be back with the 17 to 34 or 13 to 17-year-olds. Tell you what, we're going to keep it right here because they're ready to roll. This is Kaylee Reinhardt on board Banjo. Barrel stays up. And Kaylee gets a 17.647. That's going to be the time to beat.
Ashley on Paris.
So Ashley Ham on board Paris is our next rider. Here she comes. First two barrels are clean. Here comes the third barrel. She's got a clean run going. 17.526. Now that's a new leader. All right, Izzy Nobieski on Raven is the next rider. A nice turn around that right turn. A right barrel, left barrel. Now she's up around that top barrel, or third barrel. 17.041, and we have another new leader. Carson Pank.
Okay, in our 18 to 34-year-old group, Cassie Nix came in
And
third.
here they go.
Third. Second place was Autumn Armstrong on Roxy. And first place goes to Ashley Doom.
And around the third barrel. 18.537. Okay, Olivia Lenzen on Pistol Annie. And here's Olivia Lenzen on Pistol Annie. $19.700. Dorm Teary now on Max. These kids do not wait any time at all. These are the 13 to 17-year-olds. And the left barrel goes down. We're going to get a 5-second penalty on that one. 20.625, so it's going to be 25.625. Kayla High on board Archie. So we're waiting on Kayla. Here she comes. Kayla gets down to the first barrel, but it looks like they're going to go around the barrel backwards. And Kayla says to the horse, "What is your problem?" Now they get around that first barrel. And the third barrel. And we'll get a 56.893. That brings up Maddie Rollinson.
All right, Maddie Rollinson on Jim.
And she's riding Jim. And she just broke time. Cross that electric eye on the timer, which means she has a no time. Evelyn Williams will be our next rider up.
Growth time.
So we have Evelyn Williams riding Bella. And here we go. Evelyn Williams on board Bella. It's around that third barrel.
22.871.
22.871 is her time. So Mitch Reinhardt now on Sasheen. And nice and clean through all three barrels. 18.701. So Kaylee Reinhardt on Dallas is our next rider. Kaylee Reinhardt, here we go. And here she goes around the right barrel. And broke the timer. So Kaylee is going to get a no time on this. And she's aware, so she's just making Dallas follow the course. So Brandon Sweeney will be our next rider on board Axel. Dallas does a little turn just for good measure. So next up is Brian Sweeney. And Brian is riding Axel. They clear the first barrel. Second barrel, not so much. It goes down. We're going to get a 5-second penalty on that.
20.563 plus.
20.563, and that'll make it 25.563.
Volunteers. We just cannot do this without the volunteers.
Okay, Daisy Yoder.
Okay, Daisy, here you go.
Next rider, be ready.
22.755.
22.755. And Lily Yoder is next up. But this is Lily Yoder. So we have 24.896. And this is Izzy. We don't have a last name on Izzy. It just says Izzy E. Now the sun is starting to poke through. Around that left barrel. Over to the right barrel. And the third barrel. $20.333. So that finishes the 13 to 17-year-olds. We'll take a quick timeout, and then we'll be back with the 12 and under on NLWN-TV.
If you love me enough to tolerate my perfect little pets and all their glorious dander, then of course you'll visit nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat to make sure I'm in the right car seat.
And we're back here at the Circle T Saddle Club getting ready for the 12 and under age group. And let's see, I think we have a rider scratching in the 12 and under. Kenley Zutter is our rider on It's All Done. Up toward that third barrel. 21.909. So I believe this is Finley Carlson.
Okay, I have Finley, and Lila, and Violet. Is somebody not coming in? 18.145.
18.145. So now we should have Lila Yoder, I do believe. Lila Yoder.
Hey, Mom, is that Kinley or what's the name here?
And the tower's a little confused as well. We have it's going to be a no time at any rate.
Harvey, is this Kinley?
And it's Lila Yoder, and she gets a no time. And Violet Yoder then is our next rider.
We have Kinley, Finley, and Violet. So we got Violet now? Yeah. What about the other two? Yeah, I got that.
So this is Violet Yoder on board her Mini. Actually, it's more of a pony, but taking their dear sweet time about it around the right barrel. This is Violet Yoder. The finishers in the 13 to 17-year-old age group. Third place went to Kaylee Reinhardt on board Banjo. Second place to Ashley Ham on Paris. First place was Izzy Nobieski on Raven with a time of 17.041. As Violet's heading up toward that third barrel now.
Kaylee Reinhardt on Banjo. Third place went to Kaylee. Ashley Ham on Paris took second place. Ashley Ham.
And after this
third place was Izzy
12 and under,
Izzy on Raven.
we do have the lead line.
Guys, that was a very, very fun class to watch.
We do have lead line coming up also for the barrels, and then the jackpot barrels.
Good job there. Good job.
132 for 717 for Violet Yoder. And I am not sure who this is. And I don't think the tower does either.
It's very, very important that you guys stay in the order that we call, because the announcer for the TV station is following that list. 19.769.
Oh, it's 19.769, but we have no idea.
What is your name? Finley. This is Finley.
Finley Carlson got a 19.769. Okay, so that finishes the 12 and under. We'll have the standings for you after this timeout. You're tuned to Speed Event from Circle T Arena in Thorp, and we'll continue right after this timeout on NLWN-TV.
Tune into NLWN-TV on Monday, June 14th as we bring you another exciting equestrian event. A WSCA-sanctioned game show from the Northwest Saddle Club Arena in North Branch, Minnesota. This event will be recorded on Saturday, June 12th. Our coverage will begin at 7 p.m. on Monday the 14th. NWLN-TV is your home for equestrian events in Wisconsin and Minnesota.
We are back at the Circle T Saddle Club Arena, just outside of Thorp, and we are starting the lead line. And with us right now in the lead line is Hazel on board Raven. Our very unofficial standings after on the 12 and under is third place went to Lillian Hallen, I think, on red. Second place went to Finley Carlson. And yes, Finley Carlson on Sassy, and first place to Kenley Zenner on It's All Done with a time of 18.145. So 44.633 for Hazel on Raven. So now we have Cash on Cody. This is another example of cuteness exemplified. Goes around that third barrel. And here he comes. 51.734. Okay, Raylan is our next rider. Raylan on Rain. Oh, that was Autumn on Scout. 34.626. So we've got Maverick on Amara. And these are the lead line. This is Isaac on board Holly, actually. Isaac was a little surprised at how that worked. Now they broke the timer. Whoa! And down he went.
Can we get some help with the horse, please?
It appears as though he's pretty frightened, but This is Isaac on Holly. That was Maverick on Amara. This is Isaac on Holly. And Isaac hanging on. And Isaac gets a time of 59.073. And that's going to bring up Brinley on board trouble.
Here, guys. Brinley. I know you're in a hurry, but Brinley goes first, okay? Brinley. I'm glad you Come on, Dad, let's go.
So this is Brinley on board trouble. Brinley's hanging on, bouncing around. And she's hanging on for dear life. Dad went back and caught her and got a time of 27.742. And it's time to drag the arena. So we'll take this time out. You're watching Speed Games from the Circle T Arena in Thorp, Wisconsin. We got Jackpot barrels coming up right after this timeout on NLWN-TV. And we're back here at the Circle T Saddle Club Arena, just outside of Thorp, where we have speed games going on today. And we just finished the lead line in the barrels and the places there. Hazel was on Raven, took third. Second place went to Autumn on board Scout. First place with a time of 27.742 was Brinley on board trouble. And good news is that Maverick on Amara, when Maverick took that tumble, he's just fine. More scared than anything. Now we have the Jackpot barrels coming up. And this is where they're riding for money. And our first rider up is Autumn, and she's on board Roxy. Takes the left barrel. Autumn Armstrong. And look for a 17.469.
Way to start it out, Autumn. Good job.
That's a good starting time.
Let's see what you got to do here.
Caitlin Bowers is next up. And on Reggie. Caitlin Bauer on board Reggie. Jackpot barrels. Takes the left barrel. Now we're on that right barrel. Oh, she had to hang on.
17.909.
17.909.
Good job.
Puts her in second place. Ashley Dumbs on Penny is next.
Ashley on Penny, Veronica on Buddy, Olivia on Pistolani, Lily and Helen on Red.
So we have Ashley is riding Penny right now. Left barrel. Right barrel. Knocks over the right barrel. Third barrel.
16.909 plus 5.
So we have a 21.909. Monica Magsaman on Buddy is next. Or Veronica, I should say. It's kind of hard to see some of these.
Ready, Veronica? Olivia, Lillian, and Izzy on the ribbon.
Okay, Veronica Magsman. $19.933 for Veronica. And Olivia Lenson on pistol is next. And she gets around. And knocks over the third barrel. $27.660 plus 5 is $32.660. Lillian Hallen is next. $18.849. 842. Yeah, that's what it says. 18.842. And that will put her into third place. Izzy Nobieski knocks over the left barrel. So we have a 5-second penalty coming. Third barrel is fine. 16.351 plus 5 is 21.351. Matt Rollinson on gem.
We're going to take a break after this and then whistle.
$21.870. Grace Ackerman, and after that we'll drag the arena and we'll have a little bit of time. So Grace gets around the first barrel, second barrel. Looking to beat that time of 17.469. We get a 21.653.
All right, we're going to...
So we're going to drag the arena. We're going to take a timeout. You're watching Speed Games at NLWN-TV.
Loomis Lazy L Tack and Trailer in Mondovi, Wisconsin is the best place around for all your horse tack and supply needs. Their family-owned and operated tack store offers Montana silversmith jewelry, horse tack, equipment, vet supplies, gift items, and antiques. Call Loomis Tack and Trailer at 1-800-926-5309 or visit them at W394 Highway 10 in Mondovi, Wisconsin.
And we're back here at the Circle T Ranch And we're waiting for Erica Tandler on Rain. While we were gone, we had several riders ride, and we'll get those times for you during the next arena drag. But this is Erica Tandler on board Rain. And we have a 20.246. 20.246 for Erica Tandler. Chris Hahn. Nope. Check it. Oh, that was she had a carryover time. So we have Kaylee Reinhardt is riding on board banjo. And a 16.756. That's our new leader. That brings up Grace Ackerman on board Tonto. Up to the third barrel. 18.100. Cassie Nix coming up. Cassie Nix on koi. And here comes Cassie. 17.572.
Cassie, nice run. All right, we're going to drive the ring. Ethan, you're up next on mouth.
And they're going to drag the arena. While they do that, we'll take this quick time out. You're watching Jackpot Barrels from the Circle T Arena in Thorp on NLWN-TV.
Let NLWN-TV and the Northern Light Webcasting Network take you out to the ball game. Join us as we help celebrate the memory of Eau Claire sports icon Billy Noss when the Cavaliers take on the Eau Claire Bears in the Billy Noss Memorial Game on Monday, May 31st. Live coverage on the Northern Light Webcasting Network audio service and on NLWN-TV begins with the In the Dugout show at 10:40 a.m. That's the Billy Noss Memorial Game on Monday, May 31st on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV.
There we go. We're back in business. They had a little audio issue here. That last ride was 14.443 by Ethan Grunseth. 18.443 by Ethan Grunseth. So Caitlin Schmeiser on red is next. And Caitlin gets a time of 19.227.
We have a broken pattern.
But it was a broken pattern, so it's no time.
Finley on stats.
So we have
As soon as we get- we've got
Finley
the-
Carlson on board. Sassy is our next rider. Finley around that third barrel. 18.645. The time to beat is still a 16.756. Currently being held by Kaylee Reinhardt. Brooke Bunkelman is next up aboard Delta. And one barrel down. $26.757 plus 5 is a 31.757. Jennifer Smart on board Oakley is the next one up. And here comes Jennifer Smart. And Jennifer's on board Oakley. $18.066. So now we have, that was for Jennifer Smart. Now we have Ethan Grunseth on Geordie. These are the Jackpot barrels. Ethan clears the first barrel and the second barrel. $19.851 for Ethan. That brings up Randy Potachik. And that's on Winnie. First barrel's fine. Second barrel is fine. Heading up to that third barrel. Winnie was thinking about taking a detour. Randy kept her straight and narrow. 22.078 is the time. Savannah Shaylock. Savannah Shaylock. She's cleared two barrels. And then Georgia thought about going back over to that first barrel again. Getting up to that third barrel is kind of the challenge for Georgia. We got a 24.222. And Brian Sweeney now on board Axel. And Brian Sweeney gets around the first barrel and knocks over the second barrel. Did correct the pattern.
$22.787 plus 5, but good job. Good job on this.
So it's going to be a 27.787 for Brian Sweeney. So in the Jackpot barrels, third place went to Ashley Ham on Paris. Second place goes to Autumn Armstrong on Roxy. And first place went to Kaylee Reichert on board banjo. And that finishes the Jackpot barrels, and so we are going to take a bit of a timeout, and we'll be back with the plug race from Circle T Arena on NLWN-TV.
Hi, this is Ashley Larson, and I'm here if you or your horse are looking for any training in barrel racing and pole bending. We here at Larson Ranch are here to help. I bring my experience as a national contender in collegiate and high school rodeo events to Larson Ranch just south of Mondovi. I specialize in training for barrel racing, pole bending, as well as other rodeo events like goat tying and breakaway roping. Our training has helped our students place in the top 4 in the state as well as top finishes in the nation. Check out Larson Ranch on our Facebook page for more contact information. We're excited to see you at Larson Ranch.
All right, we're back here at Circle T Arena, and we're doing the plug race, and this is Lori Lenzen on Stella. It's just basically down and back. And she got a 15.390.
Start us off here. All righty, Kelly.
This is the 35 and over group. Kelly Magsaman on Tucker.
We'll come back with Riley.
And down she goes. Around the barrel.
10.624.
10.624. That's currently in first place. This is the 35 and over, and Jake Thierry is our next rider. And here goes Jake. Nine 9.222.
Good job there, Jake.
That's a new leader.
Scott on Rennie. Rob on Penny.
So Dave Thomas on Kit Kat is our next rider. Okay, here we go. David Two's on board Kit Kat.
For those who won the Jackpot barrel, please come to the announcer stand for your...
And David's on his way down. 15.268. Scott Magsaman on Rennie, which is not to be confused with our rider right after that, Rob Reinhardt on Penny. But Scott Magsaman. And 13.319. So now it's Rob Reinhardt on Penny. Pretty simple race. The plug race, just down and back. There goes Rob. $15.091, and that brings up Amanda Nitz on Cinnamon. So here's Amanda Nitz on board Cinnamon. 20.678 for Amanda Nitz. Okay, we have Lori Zurkowski on Boone.
Don't forget to get your ribbons here, over underneath where the
And Lori gets around the barrel and heads back down. 10.572, and that will put her into second place. So Marianne Reinhardt is up next. So right now we're looking at Kelly Magzaman in third, Lori Zurkowski in second, and Jake Teary in first. And this is Marianne Reinhardt on board Lady. .126. That's your new leader. So next up is Matt Dodge on Artemis. So we now have a new leader in Marianne Reinhardt. Time to beat is 9.126. And evidently Matt Dodge is scratching.
Matt is scratching.
And so now that brings up Iris Dodge on board Scout.
who's the scratch? Thank you. Okay, so we have Iris here on Scout. Angela and Maggie, this is on front.
And we have 25007. Angela Williams is up next on Maggie. Angela Williams on Maggie. And 14.669. Lucas Thierry on Kronk is up next. And Lucas is heading down to the barrel. He gets around it and coming back. $13.866. Check that. It's 13.868. I got to read both the top and bottom part of the number. So that has Nicole Barkley on Holly. And it's 19.735. And so now that brings back Lucas Thierry on Foxy. Lucas Thierry on board Foxy. And he gets a 24.643. So Cindy Yoder on board Paris. Current leaderboard has Lori Zakalowski on Boone. In third, Jake Thierry on Rocky in second, and Marianne Reinhardt on Lady in first with a time of 9.126. This is Cindy Yoder on Paris. Paris drifted a little bit wide. 11.887. So Brooke Bunkelman is next up. And here goes Brooke. .8083. That will put Brooke into third place. We have Brandon Bowers on Mr. B. 12.715 is the time. And Randy Potacek, the final rider in the 35 and over plug race. And Randy gets down to the barrel. Gets around the barrel. 10.191.
All right. That's our 35 and over group.
And that'll wrap up the 35 and over age group. And we will have the 18 to 34s right after this timeout on NLWN-TV.
Roll over. When you adopt a shelter pet, you discover all the things that make them unique.
And your mother.
They're a little bit of a lot of things, but they're all pure love.
And we're back here at Circle T with now the 18 to 34-year-olds in the plug race. And first up for us is Ashley Dumbs on board Penny. And Ashley gets an 8.734. That sets the pace. Caitlin Bauer on Reggie is up next. If you've noticed, they moved the barrel over a little bit to keep it out of the worn out areas on the arena, or the areas that are dug up. 8.460. She is in first place. Serena Baki is up on Ruger.
All right, in sixth place in our last group was Kelly. Sixth place was
And
Kelly.
Serena gets around the barrel.
Fifth place, Lori. Fourth place, Randy.
And she got an 8.846. Veronica Magsamen on board Buddy.
Okay, in our 35 and older group, in third place was
And
Brooke. Third place was Brooke. Second place was Jake Geary.
around the barrel.
First place was Marianne.
And we have a 9.074. Ashley Dumb's back with us on board Chick. And Ashley's currently sitting in second place on Penny. Down around the bend. Back. 8.976. Okay, so we have Caitlin Schmoser on Sam.
For Grace.
Oh, that was Grace Ackerman. 10.062. Erica Tandler is our next rider. .145 for Erica. So, Nika Wolfgang on board Ice. Down she goes and around. 14.112. Carissa Stashek on board Zorro. Carissa gets around the barrel and back down. 14.294. That's going to bring up Ashley Dumbs on her third horse. This is Zoe. By the way, the finishers in that 35 and over in this, Brooke Bunkelman took third place on Mr. B. Second place went to Jake Thierry on Rocky. First place went to Megan Reinhardt with a time of 9.126 on board Lady. So this is Ashley Dumbs on Zoe.
We have some jackpot money up here for Grace and Jennifer. And Jackie said if you don't come and get it, she's going to keep it.
And the time is 15.834 for Ashley Dumbs. So Haley Zurkowski on Honey is our next rider. Haley takes the wide turn. There's some mixed feelings about whether they should hang tight to the barrel or go wide. 10.528 is her time. So Grace Ackerman is next up on board Tonto. And the theory is that if you go tight, you make a shorter course. But if you maintain your speed by going wide, you can maintain enough speed to overcome that extra distance and get a better time. So here's Grace Ackerman on board Tonto. Or Ackerman. 8.655. And that will put Grace into second place. So Autumn Armstrong is up. Autumn will be riding Roxy. Autumn and Roxy are getting ready. Down around the barrel she goes. Keeps it nice and tight. 8.195. And that's the new leader. Savannah Radke on board Dakota is our next rider. Down around the corner she goes. And back again. 9.066. Brings up Caleb Thierry. Now on Jinx. And Caleb is off and running. Around the barrel. 9.593. Shanna Zettler. And Shanna Zettler is going to be riding Flash. Still waiting for Cheyenne. She's right there now. Coming in. Looking to challenge that lead. She's around in under 4 seconds. 8.507. And Michaela McEachran, I believe, on Festus. 9.096. Cassie Nix on board Coy is up. .809, and she knocked over the barrel at the far end, so it's a 13.809 for Cassie Nix. Caleb Thierry is back up, this time on board Thunder. And Caleb gets around the barrel, heading back. 8.533. Ethan Grunseth is next up. And we get Michaela back, and then Ethan back again. But this is Ethan on Mouse. 9.612. Okay, Michaela McElwain on board Coco. And around the barrel she goes. .870. Ethan Grunseth right back on board. This time on Geordie. And around the barrel he goes. 9.138. Okay, now we have Heather Deach on board Pistol. And around she goes. 10.912. So Barbie Wilson now on Wally. Getting a lead in. Around the barrel in just over 4 seconds. 9.538. So Robin Fosterling is going to be riding Cash. Still looking to beat that time of 8.195 by Autumn Armstrong. .347. Now Chelsea Fosterling is the next rider. So Chelsea Fosterling enters the arena. Heads down to the barrel. .734. Okay, so now we have Robin Fosterling on Sunny. And she gets an 8.8904. 8.904 for, and now that was for Robin Fosterling. Now Jennifer Smart on board Oakley. And Jennifer takes off down the course. And she finishes with a 9.488. So Brittany Green is up, and she's on Gauge. And Brittany on Gauge are just gonna take their time. Savannah Shallock will be the next rider up. Savannah will be on board Georgia. Well, with all the fog and so on that we had this morning and the cool dampness, clouds have broken up, pulled away. We have a beautiful afternoon happening here at the Circle T Saddle Club in Thorp. 53.820 for Brittany. Savannah Shallock is up. And here they go. She took a wide course toward the barrel, but 9.047.
That is the end of our 18 to 34.
And that will finish the 18 to 34-year-old age group. And we will have the 13 to 17-year-olds right after this timeout on NLWN-TV.
To get your lawn or garden to perform like you want, you first need to know about your soil. That's where Midwest Environmental Consultants can help. Their soil testing service can give you a complete rundown on your soil's nutrition and health. They test for nitrogen levels, phosphorus, potash, micronutrients, minerals, pH, and organic matter. Let Midwest Environmental Consultants put you in control of your soil's health. Call Midwest Environmental Consultants at 715-586-1302. That's Midwest Environmental Consultants, soil testers for the Chippewa Valley.
And we're back at the Circle T.
Let's start out 13 to 17. Kaylee Reinhardt on banjo, Izzy on raven, Olivia on pistol, Annie, Storm on Max.
All right, the 13 to 17-year-olds, and we have Kaylee Reinhardt up first. And Kaylee's riding banjo. Seven 7.867, a good time to start with.
All right, you guys. That's the time to be.
Izzy Nobileski is our next rider up on board Raven.
Olivia's on pistol, Annie, Storm on Max, and Kaylee High on Archie.
And here goes Izzy. And we have a 7.358. And that's a new fast time.
This group shows them how to do it, don't they, huh?
So Izzy moves into first place. Olivia Lenzen on Pistol Annie. .291.
Awesome runs, you guys.
That'll put her in third place. Storm Teary
You know what you gotta do here.
on board Max. Looking to top that time of 7.358.
Maddie on Stem, Evelyn Williams on Bella.
And here's Storm getting ready to go. .602. So Kaylee High on board Archie is next up.
Awesome runs. You guys, every one of these, amazing. Kaylee High on Archie, Maddie Rollinson on Gem, Evelyn Williams on Bella, Mitch Reinhardt on Stashy.
So Katie High on board Archie.
Look back, here you go. Got it, girl. You got it. Good job.
8.515
One amazing ride after another here.
for Maddie Rollinson on board Jim is next.
Kaylee Reinhardt will be back on Dallas.
She gets around the barrel and heading back. 8.856. Okay, Ellen Williams is our next rider. In the last class, the 18 to 34-year-olds, third place went to Shayna Zettler on Flash. Second place to Caitlin Bowers on Reggie. First place to Autumn Armstrong with a time of 8.195 on board Roxy. That was in the 18 to 34-year-old age group. Right now, we have Evelyn Williams on board Bella.
1834, we had Ashley Dooms in 6th place on Penny. Ashley on Penny. 5th place was Grace Ackerman on
And 8.535 for Evelyn Williams.
All right.
Mitch Reinhardt is our next rider on Sashin.
Axel, excuse me. Daisy on Lady. Lily on Hope. In 4th place in our last class was Jacob Thierry on Thunder. 3rd, Caleb Thierry.
275. 8.275 for Mitch Reinhardt. That brings up Kaylee Reinhardt on Dallas. We'll wait for Kaylee. Again, looking to beat that time of 7.358 by Izzy Nobileski.
Okay, in our last class, in 3rd place was Cheyenne Zettler, was in 3rd place. 2nd place went to Caitlin Bauer on Reggie. And 1st place to Autumn Armstrong on Roxy. Autumn Armstrong took 1st place in 1831.
And we get a time of 20.599.
20.599 with Dallas.
For Kaylee Reinhardt, on Dallas.
Daisy on Lady.
Brian Sweeney on Axel is our next rider.
16-year-old group. So pay attention, 12 and under.
Gets around the corner, heading back. 8.305.
You guys are making this very hard for us up here.
Just off the leaderboard by less than 1/10 of a second.
Daisy and Lily.
Daisy Yoder is the next one up on board Lady.
Pay attention to who goes in when, okay? Because that messes up the poor guy trying to record this for TV. So we don't want to do that. Taylor, Lily, Kinley, Finley, Lila, Violet.
And around the corner goes Daisy. 8.251. 8.251 for Daisy. And that is good enough to put Daisy into 3rd place. And now we've got Lily. $7.976, and that's going to move
Wow, this group is amazing, right?
up into, well, it's going to take over 3rd place.
We're going to start out, pay attention, Lily and Helen on red.
And that's going to finish the 13 to 17-year-olds. 12 and under coming up right after this timeout on NLWN-TV.
Son, love is like the ocean. You have to tread the waters.
Dad, that's not the kind of help I needed. Jessica, will you go to prom with me?
Yes.
Thousands of teens in foster care can't wait to share their first with you.
And we're back here at the Circle T Arena. And we are waiting for our 12 and under riders. Taylor Bauer on Scoot will be our first rider. So we're waiting on Taylor. And here she comes. And 7.290.
90.
And that is the time to beat in the 12 and under class. Lillian Hallen on board red is next.
Carlson.
6.826.
All right, are you sitting down? 6.826. Way to go. Man, good job. Finley, Carlson on Sassy, Lila on Eclipse.
Oh, that might have been Kenley's. Because this is Finley Carlson on Sassy.
And Vic.
7.412.
You need to come up here so we can get your run in. You're going to wait until the 12 and under is done, though, so we don't mess this up. We got Finley coming up.
I don't know what it is with this age group, but that sure does get confusing.
Okay, do we have Finley Carlson coming? Okay, got it. All right. Lila. All right.
Okay, Lila Yoder is our next rider.
And then we will have Izzy and Vic come up.
This is Lila Yoder running, and she's on Eclipse. And 9.209.
For Lila. Violet is up next. Then we will have Izzy and Vic.
And now we have Violet Yoder. Violet gets a lead into the arena. And Violet gets around the barrel and is working her way back down.
All right, Violet's got 37.084, but I think she gets third place for cuteness. How about it, huh?
37.084.
Come in.
So in Izzy Endick,
Finish up this 13 to 17-year-old group.
from the 13 to 17-year-old group, did not run her run yet, and so she's going to do it now. That's the Izzy E that we had earlier. In the barrels. Now she's going to do her plug race.
Oh, hold on a second. You have to hold on a second.
And now she has to wait a second.
Don't start running yet.
They have to move the barrel back to where it was for that age group. And so now she's just waiting for the go-ahead.
All right, we're ready to go.
So Izzy now has the go-ahead. This is from the 13 to 17-year-old age group. And she gets a no time for a broken pattern. Cut inside the barrel.
All right, way to make her listen.
Well, they are going to give her a time, 21.412. So that age group, third place went to Lily Yoder on board Hope. Second place to Kylie Reinhardt, and then Izzy Novoleski on Raven with a time of 7.358. We'll have the lead lines right after this timeout on NLWN-TV.
You're tuned to the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV. We use advertising revenue to make this service available to you. If you have a business and would like to get your message out to our ever-increasing audience, give us a call at 715-563-1749. We'll be happy to discuss our budget-friendly advertising packages with you. Get your business noticed on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV by calling 715-563-1749.
And we're back at Circle T. We have the lead line group. This is Autumn Dodge, onboard Scout. 13.545. And this is the young rider who took the tumble, so it's good to see that he got back on the horse that threw him, as the old adage goes. I see Dad's taking a little slower.
Fourth place is Daisy. Daisy Yoder in fourth place. Oh, we got a time here. 19.193.
19.193 for Maverick. And here comes Brindley around the bend and coming back in. 11.592.
Brindley, you should let him do the running instead of Dad. Okay? Good job.
And so Brindley will end up winning that age group. Autumn Dodge will come in second. And third place goes to Maverick Dodge. That's going to bring up the four-leaf clover race, and that we're going to have for you right after this timeout. You're watching a speed event from the Circle T Saddle Club in Thorp on NLWN-TV.
Tune into NLWN-TV on Monday, June 14th as we bring you another exciting equestrian event. A WSCA-sanctioned game show from the Northwest Saddle Club Arena in North Branch, Minnesota. This event will be recorded on Saturday, June 12th. Our coverage will begin at 7 p.m. on Monday the 14th. NWLN-TV is your home for equestrian events in Wisconsin and Minnesota.
Okay, we're back here at the Circle T Saddle Club in Thorp, Wisconsin. We're having speed games today. We're going to do an event now that we haven't actually covered here on NLWN-TV, but it's a pretty interesting event. It's called the Four-Leaf Clover, and it's kind of like running the barrels, but in a crisscross pattern around 4 barrels. And the pattern ends up looking kind of like a four-leaf clover, as the name indicates.
Okay. Caitlin is showing us how to do.
And Caitlin is running the course right now, and I like the fact that Ann has a nice wide shot for us so that we can see the pattern that she's running. She went around that lower left barrel already, now the upper right.
Go back around.
And now she goes straight across.
That one. And come.
And now diagonally across again.
Diagonally. Got that? Okay, because if you break the pattern, you don't get a time.
And then back down to the finish line.
You can do it the opposite way, as long as you do it in the right order there. Okay, we got Laura.
So basically you do barrel, diagonal, across, diagonal, and home.
Those are our first 4.
So in the 35 and over group, we have Laura Lenzen on board Stella. And here goes Laura. And she's doing it the opposite direction of the way Caitlin demonstrated, but that's fine. Now she should go straight across. And then diagonal. And to home. And she gets a time of 32.586.
586 for Laura. All right, Kelly on Tucker.
Kelly Magsaman is next up, and she's riding Tucker. This is a 35 and over 4-leaf clover. Oh, and she missed the barrel. I believe this is going to be a broken pattern. Maybe not. Maybe she saved the pattern. $36.845.
All right, Jake on Rocky. Dave on
So Jake Thierry is now up on Rocky.
Penny. Amanda on Cinnamon.
And we have a barrel down. And around. And Rocky's not real happy about this. Going across with the third barrel, now down to the fourth barrel. And we have a 43.053 plus 5. So it's going to be a 48.053.
Good staying in the saddle. All right.
So David Two's on board. Kit Kat is our next rider.
Laura on Boone. Laura Zukowski on Boone.
And here comes David. It appears as though the right-hand barrels, you have to make right turns around. Left-hand barrels, you need to make, well, no, those are right-hand turns. And 33.860.
All right, Scott on Rennie, Rob on Penny.
That's good enough to put him in second place.
Laura Zukowski on Boone.
So Scott now,
Marianne
Scott
on
Magsaman
Lady.
on Rennie. And he's coming down with a time of 38.905.
5 for Scott. All right, Rob, you're up on
So
Penny.
Rob Reinhardt on Penny.
Laura on Boone, Marianne on Lady, Angela on Maggie.
And Rob Reinhardt working his way across. And 38.601 for Rob Reinhardt. Amanda Nitz on board Cinnamon is our next rider. And Amanda taking it nice and easy. Now she's on a bit of a, almost of a canter. And she swings a little bit wide around that first barrel. Flirted with the timer line.
Don't want me to help her. She just wants to do it. She just won't accept any help. Mad when I help her. I can do it, Dad. Even if I do it wrong. Yep, that's what she thinks.
And then around the top barrel. Now to go across the other top barrel. There she cleared the fourth barrel. $60.986.
60.986. Lori Zurkowski.
All right, Lori Zurkowski on board Boone. And here comes Laura, or Lori, I should say. Looking to beat that time of 32.586 set by Laura Lenzen. And could be challenging that. And 27.193, that's our new leader.
27.193 for Lori, 27.193. Marianne Reinhardt on Lady is coming up.
So, Marianne Reinhardt will be our next rider. She's on board Lady with a new time to beat that Lori Zurkowski set on Boone, 27.193. And so we're waiting on Marianne Reinhardt. She's in the starting area. Maybe not.
Rob is running over there.
So evidently she has some technical issues, like a broken bridle.
Technical difficulty here.
And so let's see how they solve this one.
All right, is Angela ready? Okay, Angela. And if she's still not ready, then it'll be Lucas Terry.
Okay, so instead we're going to get Angela Williams on board Maggie. Now she's cutting across. And we're going to get a broken pattern out of this because she went to the wrong side.
Pattern there.
She should have come to the... She should have ridden on the left side of that last barrel and circled it.
No? Okay. Lucas.
So Lucas Thierry will be our next rider. We're still waiting on Marianne Reinhardt to get the bridle fixed that is broken. But we'll just keep on plugging along here. Lucas Thierry on board Crank. Kronk? It's an O, Kronk. Diagonally up to the left. He clears that. A crossways to the right. And diagonally down to the left. And he got that correct. And we have a 29.741. And that will put him into second place.
On Holly. We're going to do Marianne last. Is that okay, May? We're doing Marianne last? Okay.
Okay, we have Nicole Barkley on board Holly. They're moving Marianne Reinhardt onto the end of the group to get that bridle taken care of. So Nicole Barkley is out riding. Lucas Thierry will be up next with Foxy after Nicole is done. And a 50.685 for Nicole Barkley.
All right, Lucas, are you ready there? Sure are.
Yeah, so that brings up Lucas Thierry on board Foxy.
And then hopefully Marianne will be ready to go.
Time to beat is 27.193. Currently held by Lori Zurakowski. And he's got all the barrels cleared. 38.921.
Alrighty, Cindy, on here.
So Cindy Yoder on board Paris. And here goes Cindy. Does the lower left first. Now diagonal across to the upper right. Now across to the upper left. Negotiates that just fine. Works her way down to the lower left. 30.545. 30.545 will put Cindy Yoder into third place. Brandon Barris on Mr. B. We're down to the final three riders. And Brandon's getting a decent time here. 28.432.
Nice job. Nice job, Brandon. Alrighty. Randy, you're up on Winnie. And then we'll have Mary Ann come in.
And that will put Brandon into second place. So Randy Potocek is up. And he's looking for a good time here. 25.779. There's your new leader.
Nice job. Okay, May. There's your time to beat. See how the old lady with broken arms can do here.
And so now we have Mary Ann Reinhardt. This is the 35 and over group, and this is the last rider in this age group in the four-leaf clover race. We'll have the 18 to 34s coming up right after this rider.
26.617 for Mary Ann.
26.617. That will put Mary Ann in second place. And we'll have the final results of that in just a minute, but we're going to take a quick time out on NLWN-TV.
My graduation was something I will never forget. People like you and me sometimes may have doubts in yourself, but I feel that everything's possible.
Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org.
And we're back here at the Circle T, getting ready for the 18 to 34-year-olds. Ashley Dumm's on board. Penny is riding. This is the four-leaf clover race, 18 to 34-year-olds. She did the lower left, now goes to the upper right. Goes across to the upper left. Went a little bit wide there. Now down to the lower right. And around and finishing 24.127. A very good time for Ashley Dumbs. 24.127. Caitlin Bauer on board. Reggie is the next one up.
Serena Ruger, Veronica on Buddy, Ashley Newton back on Kit.
So here's Caitlin Bauer on Reggie.
Our placements for our 35 and over.
And around the lower left. Up to the upper right. And across to the upper left.
Fifth place. Fourth place was Brandon Bowers.
Down to the lower right.
Third place was Lori Zakowski on Boone. Second place was Mary Ann Reinhardt.
And a great time for Caitlin Bauer, 23.877.
All right. Serena Ruger, Veronica on Buddy.
And that puts her in first place. Serena Baki on board Ruger.
Randy on Winnie took the first place.
And we're waiting for her to get going here. Looks like she might save the pattern still. Yes, she did. By the way, while she's running this, the results in the 35 and over four-leaf clover, third place went to Lori Zerkowski on board Boone, second place to Marianne Reinhardt on Lady, first place to Randy Potocek on Winnie with a time of 25.779. Serena Baki finishing with a 44.317. 44.317. So Veronica Magzaman on board Buddy.
On ice. Grace is canceling out for the rest of the day. Grace Ackerman will cancel for the rest of the day.
And so Veronica Magzaman on board Buddy.
What truck is on it? Your own Dodge?
Crossing over now from right to left. And now her second diagonal. 25.440.
All right, Ashley Dooms on kick. Nika on ice.
That's good enough to put her in third place. Ashley Dooms is up with her second horse. And this is Chick.
You only have to do that once, okay?
It'll be Zoe. Zoe is the last one. Yep, thank you.
So Ashley Dooms on board Chick.
Okay, so Ashley's on kick now. Then Nika on ice, Carissa on Zorro, and Ashley back on Zoe. Erica
So
on
Ashley
Grace.
goes around the lower left, then up to the upper right. Looks like we're going to probably get a broken pattern out of this. Maybe not. I think she might have saved that pattern. 32.928. She did save the pattern. 32.928. And so Nika Wolfgang on board Ice is our next rider. Here goes Nika. Crossing over from right to left. And now for the second diagonal. Does that lower right-hand barrel. Heads to the finish. 32.074. 32.074, and that's good enough to put her into third place.
Haley on Honey. Autumn Armstrong back on Roxy.
Check that. That's not good enough to put her into third place. So Carissa Stasek on Zorro. $29.621. 29.621. Ashley Dums comes back again, this time on board Zoe.
Ashley's on Zoe, Erica on Rain, Haley on Honey, Autumn on Roxy.
Here comes Ashley. This is her third horse now. And she finishes with a 41.810.
All right, we got Erica on green, Haley on honey, Autumn on Roxy, Savannah.
So now Erica Tanner on board Rain. Erica getting ready to run here. She goes to the right side first, lower right. Now she'll go up to the upper left. And now cross to the upper right. Now down to the lower left, and she will finish her run with a 27.959.
All right. We have Haley up next on honey.
Haley Zurakowski on board Honey is next. So Haley starts on the lower left, goes up to the upper right. Upper left. Trying to get down to the lower right. Honey isn't real excited about this. 37.989 is her time.
All right, we have Autumn coming up.
37.989. Autumn Armstrong on board Roxy is next. Autumn Armstrong on board Roxy. These are the 18 to 34-year-olds. In the four-leaf clover race. And Autumn does the lower left, down to the upper right, crossing to the upper left, and almost goes off, and she's close to the railing, and she found a soft landing spot at least.
Wave your hands if you're okay. All right, good job.
Yeah, she found a soft landing spot. It was dangerously close to the railing. Could have got hung up between the horse and the railing, but she found a place to land. So Autumn is okay. The horse is okay.
Good job, Autumn.
She's...
That's not the walk. Shame. Be nice, you guys. I thought she did real well.
Probably a little pride injury on Autumn's part.
Alrighty.
That's a long walk back to the gate and to her horse.
Again, if you want a popsicle, just ask. You don't have to do that. We'll give you one. Alright, Savannah on Dakota.
So, up to Savannah Radke on board Dakota.
And Michaela on Besson.
Here comes Savannah. Savannah did the lower left, quickly up to the upper right. She's riding this with confidence. To the upper left, now down to the lower right. Gets around. 25.357. 25.357. That will put her into third place.
Diana on Flash, Michaela on Besson.
Caleb Deary is the next rider.
Coy boy. And Caleb back on Thunder.
All right, here goes Caleb. Coming down to the lower left.
$29.984.
29.984.
Shoot a horse in the spot. Diana, Flash.
Cheyenne
Kathy Coy.
Zettler is our next rider. Cheyenne Zettler on board Flash. Still the time to beat is Caitlin Bowers, 23.877. Still waiting for Cheyenne Zettler. Here she comes. And having a little difficulty persuading Flash to enter the arena. I'm going to back Flash in. Get him turned around. There we go. Shanna is off and running. She goes to the right side first. Crosses to the upper left. Cross to the upper right. And cross down to the lower left. Now heads for the finish line. 22.178. 22.178. And guess what? That's your new leader. Cheyenne Zettler with the new lead. Michaelin McElwain on Festus is out running. at 24.271.
All right, Cassie on Koi Boy, Caleb on Thunder, Barbie on Wall.
About a tenth of a second off of the leaderboard that time for Michaela. Cassie Nix on Koi Boy. There's Cassie on Koi Boy. And she does the lower right, or lower left, I should say, over to the upper right. It's getting a little dusty here at Circle T. $27.255. For Cassie on Koi Boy.
Right.
Caleb Thierry again on board Thunder this time.
Coco and Ethan on Mouse.
And here's Caleb on board Thunder, doing his normal twisting and turning. And Caleb goes to that right barrel first. Now diagonal up to the upper left. Crossways to the upper right. Get around that lower left. He nudged it, but it stayed up. 23.415. That will put him into second place. So Barbie Wilson is next up on Wally. And here's Barbie getting her horse ready to roll.
I could feel like my leg was brushing, you know. All right, leg up. Tip them in the wall.
You gotta figure out a part. There you go, you're getting her shifted out. Good job.
Barbie Wilson trying to get Wilson moving, or Wally moving. Barbie Wilson trying to get Wally moving. There we go. And Wally is willing to go around in circles. Now they're running. Lower left, now to upper right. And to upper left. Down to lower right.
$35.618.
35.618 is the time for Barbie Wilson. Michaela McElwain on board Coco. Current time to beat is 22.178 by Shanna Zettler. On board Flash. But this is Michaela McElwain on Coco. $22.848.
Way to go, Michaela. Alrighty. Ethan, back on mouse. Robin on cash. Ethan on
That will put her into second place.
Ethan back on Jordy. Heather on pistol. Chelsea
So Michaela McElwain is now in second place. And Ethan Grunseth is our next rider. He's on mouse. $21.620, and we have a new leader. 21.620 is the new time to beat.
Ethan comes back on Jordy. Heather's on pistol. Chelsea's on fancy.
So now we have Robin Fosterling on board Cash. So she gets a 28.110 for Robin Fosterling. Ethan Grunseth back up with us now on Jordy this time around. He currently has the lead in this division on board Mouse with a time of 21.620. Let's see how he does on Jordy. Lower left is clear. He's not wasting any time. Gets around that upper right, and then Jordy kind of hesitated. and they're checking to see if that was a broken pattern. It was a 38.903.
Whoa! Roy Rogers over there. There you go. Okay. Heather on pistol, Chelsea on fancy, Robin on sunny.
So Heather Deach is our next rider. 38.903 for Ethan. I don't know whether they gave him a broken pattern. But this is Heather Deach. Knocked over a barrel.
$25.089.
25.089 plus 5 is a 30.089
All right.
for Heather Deach. Chelsea Fosterling on board Fancy. And there will be 3 more riders after Chelsea.
13 to 17. Sorry about that. Get ready. Kaylee.
Still looking to beat that 21.620 of Ethan
Olivia on pistol Annie.
Grunseth
That's going to start us out.
on board Mouse.
Thank you, sir.
So the barrel has been replaced. Chelsea Fosterling on board Fancy. Should be our next one up. And here she goes. Robin Fosterling on board Cash. And down around the lower right.
40.132.
40.132.
Robin, you're up on Sunny. Jennifer on Oakley and Savannah on.
And so now Robin Fosterling on board Sunny. We're into the final 3 riders of the 18 to 34-year-old age group. Robin looking to make some time here. Around that final barrel. 21.959.
All right, we have Jennifer and then Savannah.
That will put her into second place. So Jennifer Smart is our next rider. Jennifer's riding Oakley. And Jennifer gets around that upper right-hand barrel. And Oakley is not understanding the pattern that he's supposed to be running. And she gets him around that upper left barrel. He just took the scenic route. Around that lower right barrel.
No time.
And it's a no time.
You're up next. And that's the end of our 18 to 34-year-old group.
So that brings up Savannah Shallock, riding Georgia. And that time to beat is 21.620. Georgia likes to back into that fence down at that end. It's been kind of reluctant to leave the fence area. Coming up after Savannah rides, we'll get the 13 to 17-year-olds. And around she goes. Lost that. And she comes around the fourth barrel.
29.308. Good job.
29.308.
There you go.
And so that'll take care of the 18 to 34-year-olds. 13 to 17-year-olds coming up right after this timeout on NLWN-TV.
I know kids worry about a lot of things. Getting enough food to eat shouldn't be one of them. Through a nationwide network of food banks, Feeding America serves virtually every community in the United States. See how you can help your community. Visit feedingamerica.org.
And we are back here at the Circle T Saddle Club and Arena here in Thorp. And we are getting ready to run the 13 to 17-year-olds in the four-leaf clover race. They're doing some barrel checking, I believe. And while they do that, let me give you the results of the 18 to 34-year-olds. Third place went to Shiana Zettler on board Flash. Second place went to Robin Fosterling on board Sunny. And first place went to Ethan Grunseth on Mouse with a time of 21.620. This is Kaylee Reinhardt on board Banjo in the 13 to 17-year-old age group. Down goes the upper right-hand barrel. She has a 21.286 plus 5 seconds. And so it's going to be 26. 26.286. So Izzy Nobieski is on Raven. And Izzy goes around that last barrel. Oh, and over it goes. She had a very nice run going, 19.714, but 5 seconds added on. So it's 24.714. That's still enough to put her in the lead for now.
All right, Olivia.
So that brings up Olivia Lenzen on Pistol Annie.
We don't want to kill the ring skirt.
So once the barrel fixer gets out of the arena, we'll be ready to go here with Olivia Lenzen.
All right. Olivia?
And Pistolani. Bring the gate open. Here comes Olivia. She goes across to that upper right. Now down to the lower left. $23.499. 23.499, and that will put her currently into first place. So,
Evelyn Williams on Bella.
Storm Teary on board Max. Storm Teary on Max.
Hi, girls. I bet your horse is thinking I'd like to go around those barrels.
And around and down to the left side. 23.318. 23.318 is our new leader. So Kaylee High on Archie is our next rider.
I want to tell you guys all something. I'm sitting up here and I can hear you guys, and I see everybody. And one of the really wonderful things is to hear everyone encouraging each other. I hear a lot of encouraging, a lot of coaching.
And we get across now to the upper right.
This is wonderful to listen to from up here. So keep it up.
If Archie decides to go there.
Awesome night.
Archie's got second thoughts about this particular barrel.
Our placements in the 18 to 34-year-old group in 6th place is Kate and Caitlin Bauer, 6th place Kate. 5th place, Caleb Thierry on Thunder. So I'll get a little tongue-tied here. Caleb is on Thunder, the 5th place. 4th place was Michaela on Coco. Michaela on Coco. 3rd place was Cheyenne on Flash. 58.151.
58.151.
Okay, Maddie.
Now, Maddie Rollinson on board Jim is our next rider.
Okay, in 2nd place, in our 18 to 34-year-old group, Robin Fosterland on Sunny. Robin on Sunny took 2nd. And 1st place goes to Ethan on Mouse. Ethan on Mouse took 1st place. Congratulations, guys.
Maddie's around that 3rd barrel. Now down to the 4th barrel. And 26.425.
All right, Evelyn and Bella.
So Evelyn Williams is next up, and she's riding Bella.
Ryan on Axel. Daisy on Lady. Lily on Hope. And Izzy and Vic on Rector. That's our class.
Evelyn Williams. And knocks the first barrel down, so we're going to get a 5-second penalty. Cross to the upper left. Now the upper right, and now down to the lower left. 28.361, and we get a 5-second penalty on that. So that'll be a 33.361. Mitch Reinhardt is our next rider on Sasheen.
Kaylee on Dallas, Brian on Nashville.
And the gate is open now for Mitch. Here he comes. And here goes Mitch. He does the left. Crosses up to the right. Now coming down to the lower right. .346. And that will put him into second place by 3/100ths of a second. He missed the lead by 3/100ths of a second. All right, Kaylee Reinhardt now on board Dallas. And Kaylee comes around. And we have a 41.075.
41.075 for Kaylee.
That brings up Brian Sweeney. And Brian's on board Axel. And then we have 3 more riders after Brian.
12 and under. Be awake. Lily on red.
And here goes Brian.
Finley on It's All Done. Finley on Sassy and Lila on Eclipse. That's our 12 and under group.
We do have 1 barrel down. We now have 2 barrels down.
All right, trail class material there. Look at that. Holy cow. I'm telling you.
Yeah, this is going to probably end up being a no time.
That's a broken pattern.
Yeah, it's a broken pattern, so a no time for Brian Sweeney.
Nice try.
Daisy Yoder on board Lady is our next rider. Still looking to beat that time of 23.318 by Storm Tierney. And Storm was on board Max. This is Daisy Yoder on Lady.
the announcer stand, Jack.
And around the corner she goes and across the finish line. 29.329 for Daisy Yoder.
Lily on Hope. Izzy on
Now we have Lily Yoder on board Hope. She's next to the last rider in the 13 to 17-year-olds. Now crossing down to the lower right. She's got a decent time running here. She broke the pattern, though, I believe.
We had a broken pattern there. Izzy on Drifter.
So it's no time for Lily. And so now we have Izzy Envik on board. Well, horse with no name.
Kinley on It's All Done. Finley on Sassy.
So,
Lila on East
Izzy on Envik is our next rider. So we're still waiting for Izzy. Well, we're still waiting on Izzy.
Izzy Envik on Drifter.
And it's on Drifter. And I believe Izzy has left. And so that'll end the 13 to 17, and we'll take a quick timeout, and we'll have the 12 and unders on NLWN-TV.
Put the keys down, Kevin.
But I'm gonna drive home.
There are several warning signs present that you shouldn't be driving.
I've taken 25 selfies in the last 10 minutes.
26.
Yep, I'm definitely gonna call a ride home.
Okay, we're back here at Circle T, starting the 12 and under age group. And this is Lillian Helen on board Red. And I think we're and Red is not really cooperating with her.
Rich.
Can I give these to you? The next class?
29.2.
And they said pattern was okay, so 29.260 for Lily Hallen. Kenley Zenner on It's All Done is our next rider.
It's going to be a real short class, you guys. Lead line is Cash and Brindley. Cash and Brindley. That's all we have in lead line. Cash is gone. We only have Brindley. Really short. So Brindley's the only one in the lead line.
So, we have Kenley coming around that last barrel.
28.958.
28.958. That puts her currently in first place. Finley Carlson on Sassy is our next rider. In the 12 and under class. This is Finley Carlson. She takes that lower left, crossing over to the upper right. Upper left, and now down to the lower right. has a 24.928. And that puts her into the lead. And our final rider of the 12 and under class is Lila Yoder. So when Lila Yoder, who's the last rider for the 12 and under on board Eclipse, is done, and she's out riding right now, we will keep it right here and get the lead line, because there's only one rider left in the lead line, and that's Brinley on board Trouble. So Lila crosses over to the left side, down to the lower right. $28.598.
All right, that's our 12 and under.
And that would be good enough to put her into second.
Come on, Brinley.
So here comes Brinley. And Brinley telling her where to go.
In our 13 to 17 are Maddie.
And while Brinley is riding, we have the 13 to 17-year-olds from this four-leaf clover race. Third place went to Olivia Lenzen on Pistolani. Second place to Mitch Reinhardt on Sasheen. And first place to Storm Tierney on Max with a time of 23.318. Then in the 12 and under that we just finished, third place went to Kaylee Zenner on It's All Done. Second place to Lily Yoder on Eclipse. And first place Finley Carlson on Sassy with a time of 24.928. 46.961 is the time for Brinley. 46.961. And of course, Brinley does win with that. And we're going to take a bit of a timeout here from the Circle T in Thorp while they get set up for the butterfly race. And no, we're not racing Monarchs. We're not even racing Viceroys. This is an interesting pattern, and we'll go over that once you come back from this timeout on NLWN-TV.
Don't wait. Communicate. Make your emergency plan today.
And we're back here at the Circle T Arena in Thorp, and we're getting ready for the butterfly race, and we're about to have a demonstration of the pattern. And so watch as they demonstrate. You ride up the inside of this path made by the two sets of barrels, and you can do it either side, and then you weave your way back down, almost like you would with pole bending. Then when you get to the bottom, you go across and you weave your way back up. And when you round that top barrel on the other side, then you come straight back down to the finish line for the end. It forms a figure, when you see it printed out on paper, it forms a figure very similar to a butterfly. So Laura Lenzen will be our first rider in this, and she's on board Stella. This is a 35 and older group.
Are we okay down there, Jackie? Okay, real good. Laura on Stella.
So Laura Lenzen on board Stella. And Laura is going up the right-hand side first. And now she will weave her way down. Now back up the left side. around that top barrel. 37.705.
Alrighty, Kelly on Tucker.
Kelly Magsamen on board Tucker. And she's going to go up the left-hand side first. And weaving her way back down. Now across to the right side. And weaves her way back up. And we have a 30.908. And that's good enough to put her in first place for the time being. Jake Terry on board Rocky. And Jake is on the left side. Like I say, this has a lot of the skills of pole weaving. And Rocky is saying, I'm confused. We do pole weaving with poles and barrel racing with barrels. And why are you combining them? He gets around that top barrel on the right side. Coming back down now. 34.079. 34.079. That's good enough to put him into second place right now. And so David Twos on board Kit Kat is our next rider.
Then Glory on Boom.
And here goes David up the left side. Comes back down that left side. Crossing over to the right. And weaves his way back up the right side. And a 36.155. 36.155. That will put him into third place. So, Scott Magsamen on board Rennie. And he's coming in. He's going right down the middle. I'm not sure if he's going right or left. Looks like he's going left now. And cutting across. And coming down. 37.720. Rob Reinhardt is next up on board Penny.
There's Lori Zukowski on Boone, Marianne Reinhardt on Lady. Then way down to Lucas Terry on Crown. And Nicole on Paul.
And Rob is going up. And now weaving his way back down that left side. Got a little wide up at the top, but he's okay. Now goes across to the right. Got pretty wide there going around that bottom barrel. And 46.092 for Rob Reinhardt. Amanda Williams.
And it's Lorian Boone.
It says here Amanda Wilson on board knits. But she said something about being on cinnamon, so I'm not sure. I think that's who she's on. And she gets around the top barrel, heading back down to the finish line.
42.590.
42.590.
Okay. We have Lori up on Boone. Lori's the couple.
Okay. Lori is on Boone. Lori Zurakowski.
Yeah, he was a Jeff personality. Like, his personality is really starting to come out. They absolutely loved him from that aspect. I'm the second horse.
She's going up the right side. Most people have gone left side first, but she's going right side. Crossing over. 28.032.
Okay, Marianne. Here's your time to be.
And that is our new leader, Lori Zurakowski, with a 28.032. Marianne Reinhardt on board Lady is our next rider. Still waiting on Marianne Reinhardt. She's out there now. Here she goes. Down the right side. Now she'll weave her way back. Now across. And knocks over one barrel, so it'll be a 5-second penalty. Gets around that top barrel and heads for home. 30.907, so it'll be a 35.907. And that takes us down to Lucas Thierry on board Kronk. Lucas on Kronk, then we'll have Nicole Barkley on Holly, and then Lucas will be right back again on Foxy.
Working our poor ring steward to death today, you guys, so quit knocking over the barrels, okay? The poor guys.
Waiting for Lucas once the barrel gets set. It is now.
Did you hear me, Lucas? Don't knock that over.
And here goes Lucas Thierry on board Kronk. nudges that top barrel on the left side, but it doesn't go over. Horse stumbles a little going around that bottom barrel, but everything seems to be okay. Now weaving his way back up the right side. And a 30.223. 30.223. That will put him into second place.
Cindy on Paris, Brandon on Mr. B, and Randy on Winnie.
So Nicole Barkley on board Holly is our next rider. Still looking to beat that 28.032. And now working her way back up the other side. On the right side now.
$61.
61.835 for Nicole.
Okay, Luke, back on Foxy.
So now we have Lucas Thierry. Final four riders of this age group. Lucas Thierry on Foxy. He almost knocked over two barrels last time he rode. Let's see what he does this time. On the left side, he's weaving his way back down. Crossing over to the right side. Rounds that top barrel. $44.188. And that's going to bring up Cindy Yoder on board Paris.
All right, Cindy's up on Paris, Brandon on Mr. B, Randy on Winnie, and that's our 35 and over group. 18 to 34, pay attention. Ashley Dooms on Penny, Caitlin on Reggie, Serena on Ruger.
So this is Cindy Yoder on Paris. She's on the left side. Almost missed that middle barrel. Made sure she got it. She's crossing over, working her way back up the right side. And a 40.377. So Brandon Barris on Mr. B. Still that time to beat, 28.032 by Laura Zurkowski. Brandon Zurakowski now crossing over to do the right-hand side.
No time on that. Sorry, Brandon.
We must have had a broken pattern somehow.
35 and over group. Ashley, Caitlin, Serena.
So Randy Potachik is our next rider in this age group. Last rider in this age group. Here comes Randy. Working his way back up the right side. He's looking to have a competitive time here. Maybe challenge for that lead. 27.199. And that's going to win that age group.
18 to 34.
And that brings up the 18 to 34 age group, and we'll have that right after this timeout on NLWN-TV.
You made her college years possible, opening that education savings account when she was little, spearheading campus tours, and deciphering financial aid. If you can ace planning for college, you can do it for retirement. Get on track with tips at aceyourretirement.org.
We're back here at the Circle T, and the 18 to 34-year-old age group, Ashley Dumbs on board Penny is our first rider.
Oh, our gatekeeper's going to... Oh, no, she doesn't know. Just hang on there, Ash. Okay.
And while we're waiting, while Ashley has to wait, we'll go through the results of that 35 and over age group for the butterfly race. Third place was Lucas Thierry on Kronk. Second place went to Lori Zurakowski on Boone. And first place on the very last run of the age group, Randy Potachik on Winnie with a time of 27.199.
Thank you, sir. They didn't even knock the barrel over for you to pick up that time. All right.
Now we're ready for Ashley Duns on board Penny. Ashley's had some pretty good runs on Penny.
In our 35 and over group, in sixth place,
And she heads down the left side.
Knocked over barrel, and she still got six. In fifth place was Jake with Rocky. Fourth place.
And back around on the right side.
Kelly on Tucker. Third place, Jake on Kronk. Jake on Kronk. Lucas on Kronk. 24.5.
And 24.584.
You know, it's a good thing Mom is up here.
And that's the time to beat so far.
Okay,
Caitlin Bauer on board Reggie is next.
Second. And first place goes to Randy on winning. Nice job. Nice job to everybody. Even Lucas, who I didn't say right in the first place. All right.
This is Caitlin Bauer on board Reggie.
There's Caitlin in there on Reggie. Let's come on, this Caitlin.
Caitlin trying to discuss with Reggie who's supposed to be the boss here. Reggie's not really agreeing with Caitlin. And 25.451 for Caitlin.
Good job, Katie. Way to make them listen. All right, Serena on
That
Ruger.
puts her in
Veronica
second
on Buddy.
place.
Ashley back on
Serena Becky
And
on
Leslie
board
Grace
Ruger
on Country.
is next. And here comes Serena. Looking to get things started. She goes down the right-hand side. Now starts her weave back. Now the left side goes around that top barrel. 28.053. So that's our third place rider so far, Veronica Magsaman. And Veronica's on board Buddy.
Okay, so we have Veronica, Ashley, Erica, Tanner.
And she goes down that left side, weaves back, crosses over to the right. This is the butterfly race. It's our last type of event for the day. 23.886. And that's our new leader.
Alrighty, Ashley on 6, Erica Chandler on green, Carissa on Zorro, Ashley Dooms on Zoe.
So Ashley Dooms on board Chick is our next rider. Then Erica Tandler on Rain. And down the left side, new time to beat, 23.886.
For Ashley.
29.172. That brings up Erica Tanner on board Rain.
Back on Zoe and Haley on Honey.
Erica Tandler. She's coming into the arena.
We're going to have last call for concessions. If you want anything from the concession stand, please get over there now because we're going to...
This looks like it's going to be a broken pattern. Possibly. Maybe she saved it. Rain isn't quite too sure about how this is. Now she broke the timer. So this will be a no time for Erica Tandler on board Rain. You still get Rain to finish that pattern to learn. And so
okay, next one, but you didn't get time.
Carissa Stasek
Carissa
on board on Zorro.
Zoe, Haley on Honey, Autumn Armstrong on Roxy.
Carissa on board Zorro. Going down the right side. Makes the corner. Starts her weave. And works her way back. Come around the top. And we have a 28.737. And so that brings up Ashley Dooms on Zoe. This is Ashley's third horse. Penny Chicken Zoe. Around she goes. She's working that left side. Now back across over to the right side. Thirty-eight point 839. 38.839. So we have Haley Zurkowski on board Honey.
On Dakota, Caleb on Jinx, Cheyenne Zettler on Flash.
Haley Zurkowski on Honey entering the arena.
I know, and like Foxy's not here. Foxy's not here, and Croc's not here. It's like, I'll write that.
As she works her way across to the right side. Looks like we have a timer, Mel, or a no time for breaking the timeline. So Grace Ackerman is next up.
Michaela on Festus.
So waiting on Grace Ackerman. We're close to halfway through the 18 to 34, which is the largest age group here today. So here's Grace Ackerman on board Tonto. Working the left side. Seems like this would be an event that a horse that's good at pole bending would do very well at. 22.721.
Way to go, Autumn.
And that's your new leader.
All right, Savannah on Dakota, Caleb on Jinx, Cheyenne on Flash, Michaela on Festus, Kathy Nix on Toy.
So Grace Ackerman setting the pace now with 22.721. Autumn Armstrong on board Roxy. She tells Roxy to just knock it off because Roxy didn't follow directions. Now Now working her way back up and now coming back down. 39.432.
All right, Caleb with Jinx, Diana with Flash, Michaela with Festus, Kathy with Coy.
Yeah, that was a Savannah time, 39.432. So now we have Caleb Tierney. So Caleb's on his way down, crosses over. $26.995.
All righty. Diana on Flash, Michaela on Festus, Kathy on Coy, Caleb back on Thunder.
And now we have Shanna Zettler on Flash is our next rider. So waiting for here is Shanna Zettler. And we can see that they're having some troubles with the bringing the horse into the arena. Camera person Ann's doing a great job of picking that scene up. Rider versus horse discussion, and right now the horse seems to be winning. Flash has said, I've run a few too many times today. I don't know that I want to. They're going to try to put it in reverse. I don't know if it's true with horses, but Model Ts used to have better traction in reverse. Now they're approaching the starting gate. And into the arena they go. Now she can get up on board. Shanna Zettler. On board Flash. You know, she's had some trouble getting Flash in earlier today, and then Flash blew the doors off of the course. So let's see if that's what happens again. Here they go. Going the right side. Crossing over to the left. And around the top and coming down, looking for a really good time here. 22.324. 22.324. And that's your new leader.
Caleb on Thunder, Ethan on Mouse, Michaela back on Coco.
So we have Michaela McElwain on Festus. And here goes Michaela. This is the 18 to 34-year-old age group. And a 26.251 for Michaela.
Cassie, Nick on Coy, Caleb on Thunder, Ethan on Mouse, Michaela back on Coco, and Barbie Wilson on Wally.
So Cassie Nix on board Coy.
Hey, it's a good piece of advice.
Here's Cassie. Now crossing over to the right side.
Nice run.
23.253.
Okay, Caleb on Thunder.
And that will put her into third place.
Wilson on Wally, Ethan back on Thorp.
Caleb Teary now on Thunder. Thunder likes to spin around. Just like this. Look, Antiem, it's a twister, it's a twister. If they had walk-up music like they do in baseball games to this, we'd play a little chubby checker when that happens. And let's do the twist. So he works the right-hand side. Now going across. Around that top barrel and coming back down. 22.897.
Nice run. All right, Ethan on Mouse, Michaela on Coco.
That will put him into third place. Cassie's stay in third place was not long-lived. Ethan Grunseth on board Mouse. Ethan Grunseth on Mouse. And in spinning, he knocked over that top barrel. Now he did not weave inside the second barrel. Let's see if this ends up being a broken pattern. It sure looks like it's going to be.
Just stop and fix your saddle.
And he's going to retire it because the saddle came loose. It's kind of hanging sideways on the side of Mouse.
Good job hanging on there, guy. Woo! Give him a hand.
And it's going to be a no time, but that's not easy to hang on to a horse in that situation. So Michaela McElwain is our next rider.
Michaela on Coco, Barbie on Wally. Ethan
So
on
Michaela's going to be riding Coco. And here goes Michaela on Coco. And across to the left, up the left side, around that final barrel. 26.226.
All right, Robbie.
So, Barbie Wilson on Wally.
Getting toward the end of the day here. Ethan on Jordy. Heather on Pistol. Robin on Cash.
We've got about a half dozen riders left in this 18 to 34-year-old age group. Barbie Wilson. Here she comes. And knocks over that end barrel. Working back up the right side.
$30.058 plus 5.
So we're going to get a 35.058.
Wonderful ring steward out there.
Ethan Grunseth is up with Jordy this time.
Robin on Cash, Chelsea on Fancy.
After his traumatic experience with the saddle on board Mouse. They make sure the saddle's cinched up good and tight now. And here he goes on board Jordy. Down that left side. Goes a little wide around that first barrel. Now working his way back down over to the right side. Back up the right side. Gets around the top barrel. Must have broken the timer.
Nice run, but you broke time. Sorry.
And he did, so there's a no time. He got no times on either horse. Heather Deach is next on Pistol.
So 13 to 17, you better start waking up. Check your cinches. We'll have Keely Reinhardt on banjo, Olivia on pistol, Annie Storm on Mac, and Kaylee High on Archie.
She's working her way back around. Now crossover. This is Heather Deach. Around that top barrel, heading down toward the finish. 24.560. 24.560. That brings up Robin Fosterling on Cash.
For 13 to 17 group, Kaylee Reinhardt on banjo, Izzy Novelski on Raven, Olivia on
Working her way down the left side. Crossing over to the right. It's Robin Fosterling on Cash. And she gets a 32.273. 32.273. Chelsea Fosterling now on Fancy.
We'll start our 13 to 17-year-old group.
Chelsea Fosterling on board Fancy. She's going to work the right-hand side. And now crossing over to the left. And around the top and coming down to the finish. 40.124. Okay, Robin Fosterling back up again, this time on Sunny.
Then we'll have Kaylee Reinhardt on banjo, Izzy Nobelski on Raven, Olivia Lenzen on pistol, and Storm Fury on Mac.
Here comes Robin. And then one more rider after Robin in this age group, Savannah Shalleck. Crossing over to the right side. Working the way back up. Coming down to the finish. 23.090. Savannah Shalleck on board Georgia. And this will wrap up the 18 to 34-year-old age group. And here comes Savannah.
Well, we used to do parades, and then we used to, like, we would always be last, and, like, the fire trucks and stuff had candy, but, like, kids did guys, we would just reach down and grab on our way down, and, you know, if we're at a stop, we just reach down and grab it. That sounds like something to me. Yeah. You do that with Doc. My mom would,
And Savannah's got Georgia over in the corner, which is kind of where Georgia likes to go in this situation. Savannah and Georgia still in the corner. Following this, we'll have the 13 to 17-year-olds and the 12 and unders. I don't know if there's a lead line in this or not. I don't know if they have anybody still left to do. I think Brinley is still riding lead line. Don't forget, our next equestrian events are going to come up on June 14th. And we're going to bring you the WSCA-sanctioned equestrian game show from Northwest Saddle Club Arena in North Branch, Minnesota. It's going to be recorded live on June 12th, and our coverage on the 14th will begin at 7 p.m. Also, don't forget that next Sunday, May 23rd, we've got Eau Claire Cavalier baseball for you here on NLWN-TV. And also on the Northern Light Webcasting Network audio service, because the Cavaliers are going to be hosting the Cadott Red Sox. And the In the Dugout show will begin at 12:10 p.m. and live play-by-play begins at 12:30. Now they're working on Georgia, getting it ready to go. Let's see if they cross the time. Now she's got it going. Now she's got to get it to go across. And knocked over one barrel. Well, we can tell by the time that the results of the 18 to 34-year-old age group, we've got third place Caleb Thierry on Thunder, second place to Grace Ackerman on Tonto, and first place to Shiana Zettler on Flash with a time of 22.324. And Savannah is going to get a time of 59.863. Which actually there is a +5 on that, so 64.863. And we'll have the 13 to 17-year-olds right after this timeout on NLWN-TV.
Let NLWN-TV and the Northern Light Webcasting Network take you out to the ball game. Our next game will be on May 23rd when the Cavaliers take on the Cadott Red Sox in a doubleheader from Carson Park. Live coverage on the Northern Light Webcasting Network audio service and on NLWN-TV begins with the In the Dugout show at 12:10 p.m. That's live Cavalier baseball on Sunday, May 23rd on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV.
And we're back here at the Circle T Arena, just outside of Thorp, Wisconsin, bringing you a speed show event. And we are doing the butterfly race. We're in the 13 to 17-year-old age group, and our first rider is Kaylee Reinhardt on board banjo. Kaylee coming across the bottom, working her way back up. 21.890 to set a time to beat. 21.890.
That's the bar, you guys.
Olivia Lenzen on board Pistol Annie. Olivia Lenzen on board Pistol Annie is our next rider. She's working the left side. Quickly back down to the bottom and across. Working back up the right side. Can kind of see her through all the dust over there. And coming down, 20.225. 20.225, that's your new leader.
All right, good job.
And Storm Thierry.
Storm on Max. Kaylee on Archie. Maddie on Jim. All right, our placements for 1834. In 6th place was Veronica on Buddy. 6th place, Veronica.
Well, that wasn't Olivia with the 20.225.
Nice shot. Woo! 24.670.
24.670. That currently has her in third place. Storm Thierry. Don't know who that second rider was.
Kaylee Reinhardt back on Dallas. All right, in the last class, in fifth place was Kathy Nix on Koi. Kathy on
And
Koi.
she's working her way down the left side.
Robin on Sunny. Third place was Caleb Peary on Thunder.
There he is.
Caleb on Thunder. Autumn, Armstrong, and Roxy in
Storm
second
Terry.
place.
On board Max.
21.535.
21.535. And that is currently a second place time.
Flash. Cheyenne took first place.
Kayla High is up.
Nice time.
On board Archie.
This 13 to 17-year-old group, they're kind of kicking you, okay? These are competitive riders.
Kayla High on board
All right,
Archie.
We got Kaylee on Archie. Let's go.
Kayla High on board Archie, trying to get Archie to go. And she got Archie to start out. Taking her time. Working her way back up the right side. And a 40.742 for Kayla. 40.742. So, Maddie Rollinson on board Jim.
Lily on Hope. And that's our 13 to 17-year-old group.
She's crossing over to the left side now, working her way back up. $26.751.
All right. Now we have David Wright.
And Evelyn Williams.
Brian on Axel, Daisy on Lady, Lily on Hope. And then we'll have our 12 and under group. 12 and under, get over here and get ready. 12 and under, Lily, Kinley, Finley,
Evelyn Williams.
and Lila.
And Evelyn with Bella heading down the left side, working their way slowly back. One more reminder I want to give you while she's making this run. NLWN-TV and the Northern Light Webcasting Network are both pleased and excited to have the opportunity to bring you the 2021 Billy Noss Memorial Baseball Game on Memorial Day, May 31st. Billy Noss, you know, he was an icon with Eau Claire baseball, and this game allows baseball fans to celebrate his memory. Catch all the action as the Cavaliers square off against the Eau Claire Bears at Carson Park on Monday, May 31st. Our coverage begins at 10:40 a.m. and
54.613. 12 and under, get ready. Lily, Kinley, Finley, and Lila.
Now we have Kyla Reinhardt coming up on board Dallas. Okay. I guess we're going to go to Brian on Axle as our next rider.
Where you at, guys?
I think a lot of these 13 to 17-year-olds have called it a day for a Sunday. Or a Tuesday as you're watching it.
Last call for Brian on Axel. Are you coming?
That's gonna get us to Daisy Yoder.
Is he coming? Daisy Yoder on Lady.
Daisy Yoder is the next one called up.
There we go.
So here comes Daisy. And she broke the time, so she's going to get a no time.
No time on that one. Lily, come on Hope.
So we have Lily Yoder on board. Hope is the next rider. And here goes Lily. $23.390.
23.390 for Lily.
And so we'll have those results for you right after this quick timeout on NLWN-TV.
You're tuned to the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV. We use advertising revenue to make this service available to you. If you have a business and would like to get your message out to our ever-increasing audience, give us a call at 715-563-1749. We'll be happy to discuss our budget-friendly advertising packages with you. Get your business noticed on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV by calling 715-563-1749.
Okay, we're back at the Circle T and getting ready now for the 12 and under for the butterfly race. Lillian Helen on board red is our rider. Now she gets across to the right side. And she ran a 22.672. 22.672. Now Kenley Zenner is up and on It's All Done. It's almost what we're saying for the day. Working that left side. And went a little too far down, broke that time.
Good job, girl. Good job. Finish it out.
I think It's All Done was saying it's all done. But she's going to finish the pattern.
Okay, we have no time
And now Finley Carlson is the next one up.
Finley on Sassy, Lila on Eclipse, and that's our 12 and under. And Finley is going to end our show for us, and that will be fun.
So Finley on Sassy.
Okay, in our 13 to 17-year-old group, in 6th place was Maddie on Dim. Maddie. In 5th place was Olivia on Pistol Annie. Olivia on Pistol Annie. 4th place, Lily on Hope. Lily on Hope. 3rd place was Kaylee Reinhardt on Banjo. 3rd place was Kaylee. 2nd place, Storm Terry. Storm Terry, 2nd place. 23.160.
23.160.
Yoder on Eclipse next. In the 1st place, in our 13 to 17, went to Izzy Nobelski on Raven. Izzy to 1st place. Congratulations.
And this is Lily Yoder, or Lily Yoder on Eclipse. Working that left side, heading over and
Bring it back.
cross the timeline, so we'll get a no time. So the results on that 13 to 17-year-old age group, 3rd place went to Kaylee Reinhardt on Banjo, 2nd place to Storm Terry on Max, and 1st place with a time of 20.225 was Izzy Nobelski on board Raven. And because this is a no time in the 12 and under, we only have 2 finishers. 2nd place went to Finley Carlson on Sassy, and 1st place Lily Hallen on Red with a time of 22.672.
Helen, and 2nd place goes to Finley Carlson.
And now Brinley Bauer is the only rider for the lead line. This is we'll throw the cuteness factor in there. So this is Brinley having a great time. And now they're going to take Brinley down and have her go straight across to the next row of barrels. I've noticed he's using a loose leash. So Brinley is it's not a taut leash. Brinley's on the reins. She's not hanging onto the saddle horn. She is guiding the horse. Dad's just there for security reasons.
I want to thank everyone for coming to the show today. We appreciate you being here. We did have some really nice weather, which is great. Don't forget.
And as Brinley comes down to the finish line, she's going to win the lead line for the butterfly race. And we'll be back with a summary of today's events right after this timeout. You've been watching a speed show event from the Circle T Saddle Club Arena in Thorp, Wisconsin on NLWN-TV.
NLWN-TV on Monday, June 14th as we bring you another exciting equestrian event. A WSCA-sanctioned game show from the Northwest Saddle Club Arena in North Branch, Minnesota. This event will be recorded on Saturday, June 12th. Our coverage will begin at 7 p.m. on Monday the 14th. NLWN-TV is your home for equestrian events in Wisconsin and Minnesota.
And we're back here at the Circle T, and we just got done watching a speed show event. And let's go through the results of today's activities. We started with the polls. And in the polls, the 35 and over, third place went to Laura Zurkowski on Boone. Second place went to Marianne Reinhardt on Lady, and first place to Chris Ham on Kicks with a time of 27.918. Then in the 18 to 34-year-old group, third place went to Shanna Zettler on Flash. Second place to Michaela McElwain on Coco. And first place went to Autumn Armstrong on Roxy with a time of 24.996. In the 13 to 17-year-old group, third place went to Storm Thierry on Max. Second place to Mitchell Reinhardt on Sasheen. And first place to Kaylee Reinhardt on Banjo with a time of 24.520. In the 12 and under age group, third place went to Lila Yoder on Eclipse. Second place to Finley Carlson on Sassy. And first place to Kenley Zenner on It's All Done with a time of 30.909. Then in the lead line, third place went to Autumn on Scout. Second place went to Scarlet on Red. And third place went to, or first place I should say, went to Braley on Trouble. And a lot of cuteness factor in that one. Then we got to the barrels. In the 35 and over barrels, third place went to Ashley Ham on Kicks. Second place went to Laura Zurkowski on Boone. And first place went to Jake Thierry on Rocky with a time of 20.894. That's in the 35 and over group. 18 to 34-year-olds, third place went to Cassie Nix on Coy. Second place to Autumn Armstrong on Roxy. And first place to Ashley Dums on Penny with a time of 17.739. In the 13 to 17-year-old age group in the barrels, third place went to Kaylee Reinhardt on Banjo. Second place to Ashley Ham on Paris. And first place went to Izzy Nobieski on Raven with a time of 17.041. In the 12 and under, third place went to Lily Hallen on Red. Second place went to Finley Carlson on Sassy. And then first place to Kenley Zenner on It's All Done with a time of 18.145. In the lead line, that was again won by Brinley on Board Trouble with a time of 27.742. Then we had the Jackpot barrels. And I'm sorry, we don't have figures on how much was in the Jackpot, but we have Jackpot barrels. And third place went to Ashley Ham on Paris. Second place to Autumn Armstrong on Roxy. And first place went to Kaylee Reichert on Banjo with a time of 16.756. So that was it for the barrels, and then we went to the plug race. And in the 35 and over in the plug race, third place went to Brooke Bundelman on Delta. Second place to Jake Thierry on Rocky. First place to Marianne Reinhardt on Lady with a time of 9.126. In the 18 to 34-year-old plug race, third place went to Shanna Zettler on Flash. Second place to Caitlin Bauer on Reggie. First place to Autumn Armstrong on Roxy with a time of 8.195. In the 13 to 17-year-old age group, third place went to Lily Yoder on Hope. Second place to Kaylee Reinhardt on banjo. First place to Izzy Nobieski on Raven. And she had a time of 7.358. In the 12 and under, third place went to Finley Carlson on Sassy. Second place went to Lily Hallen on Red. And first place to Kenley Zenner on It's All Done. And that time was 6.826. And the lead line, once again, Brindley Bauer was the winner on Board Trouble. In the four-leaf clover race, the 35 and over group, third place went to Laura Zurkowski on Boone. Second place to Marianne Reinhardt on Lady. And first place to Randy Potachek on Winnie with a time of 25.779. In the 18 to 34-year-old age group, third place went to Shiana Zettler on Flash. Second place to Robin Fosterling on Sunny. And first place went to Ethan Gersich on Mouse with a time of 21.620. 13 to 17-year-old four-leaf clover race. Third place to Olivia Lenzen on Pistol Annie. Second place to Mitchell Reinhardt on Sasheen. And first place to Storm Thierry on Max with a time of 23.318. In the 12 and under four-leaf clover race, third place went to Kaylee Zenner on It's All Done. Second place to Lila Yoder on Eclipse. And first place to Finley Carlson on Sassy with a time of 24.928. Lead line, once again, Brindley on Board Trouble. Finally, we have the butterfly race, the 35 and over group. Third place went to Lucas Thierry on Kronk. Second place to Laura Zurkowski on Boone. And first place to Randy Potachek on Winnie with a time of 27.199. In the 18 to 34-year-old age group, Caleb Thierry was in third place on Thunder. Second place went to Grace Ackerman on Tonto. And first place to Shiana Zettler on Flash with a time of 22.324. The 13 to 17-year-old age group, butterfly race, Kaylee Reinhardt on banjo took third. Second place to Storm Thierry. And first place to Izzy Nobieski on Raven with a time of 20.225. In the 12 and under, we only had two finishers. Second place went to Finley Carlson on Sassy. And first place to Lily Hallen on Red with a time of 22.672. And again, in the lead line, Braley Bauer on Board Trouble took that one. So that's going to wrap it up from the Circle T Saddle Club Arena in Thorp. Rick Olson here for camera person Ann Monroe, and we want to give a special thanks to Dan Petchow for getting our equipment here safely and everything last night. He had other places to be. He couldn't be with us today, but he took care of getting everything here with his truck, and we want to appreciate him for that. We also want to do a shout out to all the fine people here at the Circle T Saddle Club, and the way they treated us today. They sure gave us a lot of support and help and bent over backwards to help us out. So we want to thank them for that and look forward to coming back and doing more events with them in the future. So for Ann Monroe, this is Rick Olson. You all have a great day, and we will see you on the 23rd with Cavalier Baseball right here on NLWN-TV.
You've been watching a speed show hosted by the Circle T Saddle Club on NLWN-TV. This program was recorded live on May 16th at the Circle T Arena in Thorp, Wisconsin. This has been a production of NLWN-TV.